an ethics board, great. You add more funding, right? Your company has an ethics board. But this is just ethics boards that reports to the CEO, reports to the stakeholders, reports to the business goals of the organization. They don't report to the citizens. They don't report to the government, right? So government has to implement these, regulations and ethics practices, to implement it at the national scale. So when we grow, when we adopt AI, we're thinking about society first, right? So these are the things that we're taking forward.
So just to try and encapsulate what you're saying in some respects, you're saying when it comes to these questions of ethics, it's going to require government regulation. You can't really rely on industry to do that.
Yeah, but it's not just regulation. I think it's action too. So one of the things that I really like about the book that I just mentioned, Genesis, is they're talking about creating AI that can police AI. Because at some point, if AI is starting to be implemented and be adopted, and that AI doesn't have the right guardrails, who is going to control them, right? Who is going to be at the speed of an algorithm thing that just goes loose and does something wrong? So we need to have this AI that is being taught the doxa of humanity. They learn the basics of human care, human empathy, the ways we work, the things that are right, the things that are wrong. So you can regulate how these algorithms, that they will be increasingly more complex, can act and decide which areas do they have freedom to take decision and which areas they need to wait and maybe involve the human.
But Masood, we're not there yet, are we? So what do you think are going to be the technologies that are going to help unlock AI, AGI to another new level? Because we're seeing great advances when it comes to quantum computing, large language models. What is going to be the the turning point that allows this technology to move to another level?
Right. So again, what I mentioned that we have to training an AGI. So you have a model, you have this optimization, and then you have a computing power. So you have these three things. So what structure is actually the most important one? We don't know. So some people, they're talking about more neuroscience oriented. So it means that just rather than traditional neural network structure that we have, now let's focus on human type of the brain type of architecture. There has been research in that type of things that they're bringing the really human-inspired neuroscience into actually this type of the architecture. The second one, as I said, is scale. So we know that at some point we actually is going to reach that scale. And so we are not going to just scale it up over and over. So you have to have the different architecture. We already actually facing this type of architecture that either actually a collaborative of a multi-architecture. One is actually neuroscience oriented. One is actually reasoning and knowledge oriented type of things. Different company, they doing that type of things. Now, you have this architecture, complex, you have scale is getting there, so you have a computing power that you have to do that one. So you mentioned about the power of the quantum computing. That's really very intriguing. And of course, because it's actually with a degree of the maybe 10 or 20 or just 1,000-fold, suddenly we get this small computer doing all the processes because now all these alternatives can be actually explored. But how far are we actually from the quantum computing itself? So if you look at the today quantum computer, we are actually have at the sense of under 1,000, they call it qubit. This is actually example of 0 and 1 for the traditional computer. For the basis of the quantum computer, we consider as a bit qubit, which is the processing power of it. So it's under 1,000. So the simplest LLM that actually makes sense to build at least needs 10,000 qubits. So then these 10,000 qubits, so you're already talking about at least 5 to 10 years ahead. Now let's extrapolate that one and actually build a neural network or architecture that we decided actually we have it even to just represent AGI. This actually needs an order of the million qubits. So let's look at it, what type of the neural network, which is a quantum computer we have. So their pioneer is actually Google, IBM, and actually D-Wave that is doing that. Google is actually think that the first even commercial quantum computer in the order of the 1,000 or so by 5 years from now, by 2030. That's actually the first one. Now, if you're extrapolating that one to the million, so you're actually going beyond that, what is anticipated that the AGI become actually available with the current architecture and current actual infrastructure that we have. So yes, quantum computer can do a lot of work to us, but we have to wait longer. But maybe actually, again, I have to emphasize in a sense, AGI is not just a switch, a 0 and 1, and suddenly we have an AGI when we didn't have it. We are actually in the verse of that. We are looking at the Turing test, but beyond that, let's just define the intelligence. What are we defining? Education, we call it the master, PhD, or so forth. So we already have this machine that is actually equivalent of a PhD. In a matter of the days that actually we're creating a machine that actually can have a PhD in every scale. And by 2026, this is an anticipation and pretty much prediction of majority that we agree upon, that we will have every machine that have every PhD at every level that we do.
Okay, so that makes me think, okay, I have a question. So we hear about humans and machines.
But on the other hand, the rich are getting richer, the poor are getting poorer, inequality is growing, and we're not really taking that point of view as a sort of intelligentsia, as an elite class of technologists, educators, moral decision makers, world leaders, etc. We're not taking this approach. Neuralink is very interesting, right? Because first of all, Elon Musk is the owner of this company. So he's the first one who has a commercial license to run these medical procedures where he's implanting chips into human brains. And so for paraplegic people, for instance, they can now operate their limbs. Wonderful. For people who don't have mobility, they can sort of send brain signals to the computer mouse, and they can click around on the computer and things can happen that way. So far, this is great, right? When you start talking about transhumanism, what kind of human are we transcending? It's not someone who looks like you or like me. It's someone white, male from a Western industrialized country, usually born into an elite Western educated environment, usually propagating those ideals, those values, which are absolutely divorced from your and my values. There is nothing to do. The fact that the parents of these people die lonely deaths, I just can't. As a parent myself and a caregiver of aging parents, that's not something I can identify it. But if you think about a transhuman being created by these people, that's the kind of transhuman this person, this being will be. And are we thinking about whether we want to go there? When I think about it, my answer is very clear. It's a no. I don't want these people determining the future of humanity and the future of the world that my children live in. And this is why these ethics imperatives are so important. This is why figuring out, calculating how much technology, computing power, qubits, road to quantum it's going to take, because this then gives us a runway, right? It gives us some time to think about, can we course correct? And are we doing so? And most importantly, are we embedding into these technologies the ethical frameworks, the religious beliefs, the cultural practices, the moral frameworks that we like to live with and that we want to see our children live with? Let's not get excited about the technology before we figured this out.
Now, this poses a really important question, and thank you very much for kind of saying that so eloquently. And I just would like to know from all of you, briefly, what are the red lines that you think, the non-negotiables that need to be embedded into the development of AGI systems that that allow human dignity to be kind of respected and don't exacerbate these divisions you are already kind of describing so well. So what are those red lines? Juan, in a minute, no more.
Oh my God, awesome. Well, I think one of the most important things that AI will bring is a disruption of the labor force. We're going to see a lot of jobs that are going to be given to machines rather than humans. There's an announcement from the CEO of Salesforce saying, we're not going to hire any more developers. We're just going to optimize the ones we have with AI. And this is happening now across the board. So this is not just, in the medicine space, radiologists that have been replaced by a machine, but it's just developers, right? The people that we thought they're going to be, the more people that we will hire because there will be more demand for new systems, new services. So I think that one of the most important things, the non-negotiables, is let's not adopt AI if it's going to display jobs and we don't know what to do with these people that we're displacing, right? If we don't have a universal base income approach implemented, if we don't have ways to give these people additional skills so they can jump into the wagon again and get into a different job that uses the technology that we are building, right? So if we don't have that ecosystem, then we are just going to be hammering into society, right? We're going to create something harmful. And that is the red light that we need to drag on. And I think Saudi Arabia is positioned in a very unique place worldwide because of our deep cultural roots, right? And because we really care about the people. Everyone in Saudi Arabia, and in the short time that I have spent here, is always thinking about how to give more to the poor, how to make sure things are more equal. And in that sense, people will be thinking about these things first. It will be society first as we build the systems, as we put these regulations, rather than maybe in other areas where there is more like profit first, right? Or technology first. So this is
okay. So Masood, what's your take on this then? What do you think needs to be embedded so that this society, where is rethought already, so that we are ahead of the game, so that people are reskilled in advance, or that there is a universal income? So that's the labor side. What else do you think needs to be kind of prepared now, the red lines that can't be transgressed, as I was saying?
So, as I said, the way I see the world is not the word of me and the word of you. It's a word of the collaborative environment. But for me, the red line is actually the machine is only an extension of the humanity rather than the human become the extension of the machine. So, because you can actually redefine and define everything, that social impact, ethical impact, and everything else, but this concept of extension recovers everything else. Because we want to actually keep the human ingenuity intact, but it's just enhanced. Rather than actually we replace the human and become extension of the entity that is actually we created ourselves in general sense. Because once you do that one, everything else that you said is just become a reality. It is a nightmare for everyone. And then you see the sentiment of the human is just simply just out of the bunch and says, oh, I don't want that one. And I think that's the concept of the whole fear that either create the hinder to the progress, because now if the human sees itself as an extension to the machine, it's just suddenly it says, okay, I don't want that one. And then suddenly all the advances that we can do for medical, for climate, for everything else is going to be hinder of that. And if, of course, we do the putting in a direction that we underestimate in a sense of the humanity and overestimate what we can deliver from the machine, that also hinders what we want to achieve, because we have seen that one through the progress that this hype is at the end of it just not going to end it up anywhere. So again, in a simple word, my red line is machine is an extension of the human as a collaborator, not the human to become an extension of the machine.
What do you think about that, Manal?
Yeah, so, honestly, I'm not that excited. And, like, for instance, consider the experience of Hajj, right? Now, the Saudi government has done this great kind of almost a one-stop process where from the moment you think about going for Hajj to the moment you come back and post about your experience on social media, there's a digital sort of transformation that's happened behind the scenes that's obvious to anyone who's gone for Hajj, right? And it's fantastic. So the way they've streamlined the visas, you show up, you get the visa or you get a permit, it works beautifully. But only for people who are digitally literate. So I can imagine that, the poor guy from the village in Pakistan who has been saving his whole life to try and go for Hajj, doesn't know and doesn't care, right? He doesn't care about the technology. He's 67, life expectancy is, 65, so he's already running on borrowed time. He just wants to get there, do his thing, and if he dies in a stampede and He believes that he goes to heaven. And that's the best outcome, right? So for him, this technology business is, whatever. And I mean, here we are, we're all well educated, we're talking about the technology. So much of humanity is left out of this conversation. And so for those of us who are building the technology, we really need to keep that old guy in mind. Because I'll give you another example. I transited through another Gulf country to get here, got here very late last night, and I tried on the portal to get myself a transit visa so that I could go out and see the city. And the website didn't have the right information. So I show up and the guy goes, oh, no, you can't do that. And I said, but it says so on the website. Oh, no, the website is wrong. And it's your fault for not knowing that it's wrong. So I say, okay, wonderful. Can you help me? He says, yeah, to create your account. I said, I can't get into my account because the last time I was here, your government invited me. And so they issued my visa. So when I say I want to create an account, they say that your account is already associated with a different email address. And the email address is in the government affairs office. And it's a Saturday evening. And the Mudir Kabir is out on weekend, right? So I'm so sorry, but we can't do anything. And so I say, but look, it's really important, and won't you be nice to me, and you're my Muslim brother. So he said, okay, send me an email. And I sent him an email, and he said, write this code number, and then say this thing, and that's the only way I can help you. And I said, why is that? And he said, well, if I change it, then I'm going to get in trouble. So, I mean, this technology is not working for us. It's not humanistic, it's not fit for purpose. And here we are dreaming about AGI. I mean, come on, can we relax and fix the technologies we have? And then hopefully, when we get our heads around this and we can do this right, then we can say, now I'm going to program the AGI that's best for general purpose, and it can solve all my problems, but it can understand the mentality of the government relations officer, and it can understand the limitations of the immigration official, and it can think about that old man in the village in Pakistan who just wants to die during Hajj. Then we will have built the right technology. Right now, we're far from it.
Interesting. Who agrees with Manai? Raise your hand if you agree with Manai. Is this technology? So not so many people agree. I kind of half agree with you. I don't know if I can put half a hand up. I've had all those unbearable situations, and it's true. But
they're trying to help. It's not that they don't want to help, but the technology doesn't allow them to, and the manager implemented it, and there was no way of looking at the human impact.
So Juan, what's your take on that? Let's think 5 years down the line. Will we still be dealing with situations like that, if we haven't solved the technology now, or will we have taken a leap?
Well, I mean, we all been here for a long time now, more than 20 years, 30 years in the space of technology, and we understand that technology has changed many of the things we do in a daily basis. Now we are attached to our phones, and now we can connect remotely to our friends and colleagues, and I can talk to my mother in Argentina.
So some things
daily,
work,
right?
Yes.
So there are many ways in which technology has helped us as society to leapfrog from where we were, and that is the trend. So one of the good things about technology, and you can hear this from almost any one of the big entrepreneurs and big tech giants, is you cannot define the market. You cannot put a product in the market and define people to follow that product. The market defines itself, because today is made of billions of people or millions of people that decide or not to use your product. And many people will have one mentality saying, look, I'm against technology and I'm not going to use this thing. Others will say, oh, I'm embrace whatever is launched out there. And then there is a big in the middle, the people that are just seeing what is the purpose, really is useful for me, let me try it out, and then just go with it or not, right? So the market changes constantly, and the technology shifts as well. And we are at the driver's seat today. We decide what goes forward and what doesn't today. Maybe in the future we don't, so we have to make decisions today that are smart and that guide us in the right direction so we don't face these problems. So it's all about providing the right feedback, creating the right products, going to market, discussing with different people, being in these conferences, creating some sort of awareness. So people start to build the right systems and implement them to solve the real problems in society. And I think it's the responsibility of this group here to actually take that forward, right? So this is a forum for all of us to come, to listen, and then eventually to act. And if we don't, really it's on us to change your experience.
Yeah. The other thing I want to add, so I feel like I'm just echoing what Juan is saying, but just to make that into a more relatable example, just to continue my visa story. Now, we know in this country...
You've only got 2 minutes, by the way.
I'm going to take less. In this region, when women get married, there is no expectation to take their husband's last name. And so I have worked in Saudi Arabia for many, many years and have had iqamas, never had to use my husband's last name. I go with my maiden name, which is my father's family name. I show up again in this Gulf country, and after they fix this whole problem, they say, okay, now your account is fixed. You have to do the application. Well, by this time, it's time for my next flight. I'm coming to Riyadh. So I finish the application and I get on my plane. And this morning, I get an email saying, your visa's rejected because you didn't use your whole name. So I call them and I say, I did use my whole name. What are you talking about? No. Your whole name is your name, your official last name, and your husband's name. Now, who's programming this technology? It's obviously not someone who is familiar with the cultural practices here, right? Because Muslim women are not mandated to take their husbands' names. So there's a level of cultural relativism and patriarchy that's built in. We're not doing this right, folks.
Interesting. Okay, so this is such a multi-layered conversation. I'm going to close it off with a sharp about turn. 10 seconds each. Your top prediction for 2025. I'm going to start with you, Juan, go to you, Manay, and then end with you, Masood. Juan.
2025, we are going to see AI transform completely different industries, and especially in the education space. We're going to see how universities start to adopt AI at a massive scale to create AI tutors and to drive really a transformation for the education ecosystem.
Manay.
We're going to see Saudi Arabia take moral leadership with AI regulation, inshallah.
Amazing. And then Masood, last to you.
So we're just moving from the increased efficiency and productivity to actually going forward what is actually going to be future of humanity, which is innovation and creativity, and really what it is, reimagining the future. That's the year to reimagine your future.
2025, the year to reimagine the future, and we're all on board together. Please, a very warm hand of applause for these extremely intelligent and generous people. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Wonderful comments. Thank you.
Thank you so much. What an absolutely fascinating panel. It is clear that there are red lines, but depending on where you are in the world, they are certainly shifting. And it's also clear, in abundance from that panel, that we need to make sure that when we do introduce AI technology in all levels of society, it is inclusive and doesn't leave people out. So these are big issues that are still to be grappled with, still huge potential and risks for society. But as we've also heard today, there is potentially a danger in too much regulation, which then limits further developments in the field. There are lots of themes to really concentrate on, and now we're going to look at a tech vision for 2025 from Accenture. Jan van der Bremen is the CEO of technology for Europe, the Middle East, and Africa for Accenture. And he has a really broad vision that he's going to explain, concentrated on 4 main themes: the expansion of large language models, the importance of brand, the big bang expansion of AI, and also the impact on learning. So do stay here, stay tuned, because there's some really interesting themes to come out which may help you with your roadmaps ahead. So please do give Jan van der Bremen a warm round of applause. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So, warm welcome all. I'm Jan van der Bremen. I'm CEO for technology in Europe, Middle East, and Africa. And for quite some time already in this company. And so have seen a tremendous amount of technology change over the last years. What I'm going to do in the next couple of minutes is really talk about how we bring reinvention to life, especially around Gen AI, generative AI. And we're very pleased to be here at the LEAP conference and also be your generative AI partner today. What I'm going to talk about is a couple of trends, 4 trends, as part of our technology vision. And our technology vision is something we do already for 25 years. So today is actually a special moment because it's the 25th time we're going to do a deep dive actually on these trends. And we will talk a little bit further about that. But what we do normally in these technologies is do a leap forward in terms of what we see and what we see happening from a technology perspective and the trends that potentially is going to appear or are now or are going to exponentially grow as such. So with that, let me go through this a little bit with you. What we see actually is quite an interesting of which is really focused around impact of generative AI on business, but also technology. And what the themes we're going to explore is basically a thread between 4 trends. Basically the way we are becoming generalized around AI, but also the autonomy that it brings and it touches. And especially that last one is quite important. And we will talk about the digital, what we call cognitive brain. And that is something we're really going to deep dive into. And the last thing we're going to look at is trust. Trust is something in AI that is quite important. Now, we do that basically in understanding is what's the impact of Gen AI in terms of the way we reinvent. We reinvent enterprises, we invent companies, governments, and how we actually apply that, or even individuals, yes? Because individuals, for example, explore co-pilots, and they learn about it. Enterprises really look at how they can reinvent their businesses. So with that, we're going to look at that a little bit in more detail. Now, many of the large model providers are talking about AGI, what we also call artificial general intelligence. But we believe that is a little bit of a red herring. And right now, what we think is AI is being woven into everything we do. And to be honest, when I arrived here in Riyadh, you already experience AI in everything you walk, in terms of using your mobile and creating a basically travel experience as such. So we're going to go a little bit more into that. But before I do that, let me talk a little bit about what we call the cognitive digital brain. Why do I talk about it? Because when you think about where we are from a technology perspective, many enterprises have started to move to cloud, adopt cloud, consume cloud, and basically build what I call the foundational model based on data that they can consume every day. But in order to do that, you need to have what we call digital brain, yes, a digital core. And the digital core is important because that's where you will be consuming basically your processes in your enterprise. And in order to be able to, on top of that, to exploit that, you need the cognitive digital brain. And that consists of 4 layers. And that's, I think, is quite important. That's also what our technology vision is enabling. And when we look at Can I get some help? Yeah, thank you, it's whispering. So the first one, yeah, I can say. No, yeah, the knowledge. I should not be moving because otherwise this mic is going off, I think. Something about technology, but okay. So the first one is really around what we call knowledge. And knowledge is I think, where we collect the data, yes, that will enable AI as such. And in order to enable the AI, we need the models. basically linear models that actually will help to scale generative AI. The third layer is what we call agents. And this is where these agentic models are coming from, yes? Because what we talked, we have the data, we got the models, and now we embrace the data. Thank you so much. We'll use the mic this time. Okay, good. And the last one is the backbone. And backbone is something we believe is core, what we call digital core, to enable the previous three layers. And why do we talk about this? Because we believe that this new cognitive development comes in very different ways for individuals, for businesses, for industry. And let's dive into that a little bit more in detail. But before I do that, there's actually some research which we have done, in which we basically, what we found is that 77% of our executives believe that unlocking the true benefits of AI will only be possible, yes, when it is built on a foundation of trust. And that is, I think, is a very important element as such. Now, we talked about the emotional trust. And this is where people need to be able to basically follow the company, follow the leaders in terms of embracing what we call the AI. The cognitive trust is basically all about what we call the rational trust point. Yes? And this is where we bring all these elements together. And some research that we have done there is what we believe is anchoring the trust point. First of all, 77% of the basically executives believe that unlocking true benefits of AI will only be possible when it is based on foundational trust. But another one is interesting, is 81% of the executives agree that their organizations will need to prioritize a trust strategy that basically evolves in a parallel way with their technology strategy. Yes? So trust strategy, technology strategy, that's going to be quite important. So some interesting things we see from that respect. So let's deep dive a little bit in what we call the technology trends. What we have analyzed in our technology vision is 4 trends. The first one is the binary Big Bang. And this is all about expanding AI exponentially, yes, with systems that underpin that. The second trend is your face in the future. Sounds a little bit complicated, but this is all about branding AI, and we'll go through that in a couple of examples. The third trend is what we call the LLM get their bodies, and this is where we are seeing AI and robotics coming really closely together in its own right. And the last one, but not the least one, is the new learning loop. Because I think, and that's also what our technology vision is, you can only learn AI, yes, when the people understand AI and learn the AI, but also vice versa, the AI teaches the people. So it becomes a learning loop in its own right. The first trend, and we'll go through that now, and let's go a little bit deeper on the binary Big Bang. And what's interesting about the binary Big Bang is that it basically, the name is giving a little bit of a particular element, but basically the Big Bang tracks the emergence of agentic systems. And you might have seen is that recently we have seen, for example, in Dreamforce last year, we saw Salesforce announcing what we call their agent force. And that is where we see technologies embracing basically agentic models or agentic models as part of AI in their software. It's a great example, and we've seen that now being applied in many of business processes. At the same time, if you go, for example, to Adobe, Adobe has embedded fully what we call and embraced AI as well. Look at their Firefly technology that is fully based on creating images utilizing AI. At the same time, we as Accenture have also looked at how can we actually embrace this in what we call a platform, which we call AI Refinery, that is really helping businesses around the world to rapidly scale AI adoption and helping them to reinvent their enterprises. And what we do here is we're combining all types of technologies, like I said before, into what we call an enterprise, and this is all based on NVIDIA technology. Technologies like AI Foundry, or technologies like AI Enterprise, or actually Omniverse of NVIDIA. We recently announced, actually last week, for a large oil and gas company where we are applying this AI Refinery platform. And what we do is really, this company, what they have done is, first of all, they've looked at, do I have a cloud infrastructure? Yes. Do I have a data infrastructure? Yes. Do I have a digital core? Yes. And what they're now able to is fully embrace what we call the agentic transformation as such. And this is super exciting to see. They have this really embraced in its totality. When we go to the next trend is what we call your face in the future. And what we believe here is really autonomous AI will radically transform customer engagement, creating highly relevant, personalized experience. And what is important when companies and enterprises embrace AI is that you give it a brand. You can imagine if you need to call your insurance company and there is a contact center and an AI bot is responding, and every insurance company does it the same way, yes? It doesn't get a touch, it doesn't create an experience with the customer. It requires a brand. And we believe is that companies need to, in this trend that we have analyzed, is really need to embrace this as such. There's actually a large European global hotel brand is where we have implemented what we call a new concierge service based on AI. And we have branded it in such a way is that the customer is really experiencing brand of this hotel experience when he arrives at the hotel, and is actually being assisted with questions that you can raise to the AI agent. And it's a fantastic way to create loyalty with the customer as you go through your travel experience. So let's go through the third trend, what we have here. And this is where LLM gets their bodies. And I think what you need to think about here is this is a trend that suggests that AI agents will eventually move into robots and other methods in actual physical worlds. So what we're trying to do is move the physical world closer to the robotic world. And that's actually happening already in many areas. There's actually a large European airport that is actually has been explored, what we call autonomous wheelchairs, to transform the experience of customers that have mobility needs. And you can imagine millions of customers going through airports that require this. And what they have done is really integrating what we call AI with the wheelchair in order to create an experience to find from when you arrive at the airport to actually go to the final gate, through the security to go to the final gates. And this, of course, is fantastic news, yes, for these millions of customers that actually go there. Accenture is doing something very similar, or not similar, but very interesting, with a company called Kion as well. And Kion, NVIDIA, and Accenture partnered to basically create what we call AI with robotics. And Kion is one of the largest manufacturers in industrial trucks and also equipment as such. And this collaboration basically creates the ability to do automatic warehouse detection and follow basically every piece of equipment that goes through the warehouse to the end customer, utilizing AI, but doing that with robotic technologies. And what we have found is that robots are really starting to demonstrate reason and autonomy, and it is actually beginning to commingle with people in the workplace. And research that we have seen is that 80% of the executives believe that natural language communication will increase trust, what we talked about before, and collaboration between humans and robots. Let's go a little bit further into the fourth trend. And the fourth trend, and I think I talked about it, is probably a really important one, is learning and a learning loop. Because we believe, yes, that AI revolution, through the most valuable reinvention engine you have, basically, is your people. And again, we talked about trust. If people trust the AI, enterprises will also trust the AI. And a great example there as well is a company we worked with, is Wayfair, where we used Gemini's code assist to basically let us developers set up an environment to go 55% faster in terms of a development capacity. And that's of course nothing new, but it is really a trend we're seeing as such happening going forward. So let's see is where do we actually go next? And the next part is we see basically some really important elements going forward. Yes, business leaders need to consider three things: value, cognitive digital brain, and trust. And we do that by three things. First of all, prepare for an AI-driven enterprise reinvention. And you do that, and we talked about the cognitive brain, we do that by AI-driven enterprise reinvention. So you need to have a digital core to enable that. The second thing is develop the cognitive digital brain, which was consistent of 4 layers that we believe needs to be created. And the third element is find ways to build trust. Yes, a crucial factor that we believe is linked to autonomy. And if these things are not linked, it will actually be complicated to enable adoption and reinvention in your company. So we talked about these 4 trends. And the tech vision is something that we have published. You can scan the QR code here and look at this at your leisure. And I would like to thank you for your attention. And if there's any questions, you know to find me. I will be here the coming days at Leap. And I would thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Jan. They're really setting out the roadmap that you could take the building blocks essentially to make sure you are fit for the changes ahead. And a reminder that everybody, of course, needs a really strong core. And certainly, if you're working in data, you do. So now we are going to move on to the rise of the cognitive enterprise. And I'm really delighted to welcome onto the stage Anas Al-Fares. He's the co-founder and CEO of Intelmatics. It's a leading deep tech AI company with a global presence spanning Riyadh, London, and Boston, which is on a mission to democratize AI. So please do give Anas Al-Fares a warm round of applause.
Thank you so much. So I'm just waiting for my clicker, I guess. Thank you. Thank you so much. So I'll try to walk you today through a journey of how we formulate a cognitive enterprise. And I'll take you through the journey one step at a time. The goal of this talk, or the structure of this talk, will follow three segments. First is, why should you care? Why really should it matter to you? Second, I'll describe how this cognitive enterprise comes to being. Third, we'll be looking at a little bit of just who we are and how we're doing some of this set of activities. So on the why aspect, if we look at today's enterprises, they're becoming more dynamic, more complex, and significantly unpredictable. In fact, 86% of CEOs today say the growth of these enterprises inhibiting the complexity of the decisions, inhibiting their growth. Now, the reason that is due to the fact that there are over 3 billion decisions that are being carried today just by the Fortune 500 companies. So if such decisions are being carried out, and sadly, more than 50% of those are abolished due to the fact that they are bad, then this raises the issue of what should we do about this? And one of those is, can we revert to technology to try to help us in really solving some of this? Now, if we look back on the Industrial Revolutions, if we look at the first Industrial Revolution, it was really designed to help us amplify our physical abilities of movement. So with the steam engine, we are able now to move from one location to the next. With the second Industrial Revolution, we are now able to, in fact, with the electricity, amplify many of our physical abilities, but one of which is sight. And now we're able to see even at night. With the third Industrial Revolution, with communication, we're now able to communicate even from a distance. For you guys are able to hear me today, and even others who are watching this online are able to hear such this talk. Now, all of those who are amplifying sight, physical ability of movement, and our ability of voice or communication. This is the first time we are able to see a significant shift in our, beyond our physical abilities, into our cognitive abilities. And so this is where we now see this shift towards a cognitive revolution underway. This is the first time we're seeing an amplification of our cognitive abilities. So now this is a shift from just purely the physical abilities to a more cognitive ability. Now, this is interesting, and now that we're hearing a little bit, how did such abilities change the way we operate our own enterprises? And to set the stage for you to understand this, let's just focus on a simple example. Let's take an example of your traditional enterprise, your regular taxi company, and just compare it to a cognitive enterprise, say Uber, for example. If we're looking at your traditional taxi company, in that company, you would be contacting always dispatch. You'll be telling them where you're located. You'll be trying to triangulate in one way or another your location. Hopefully, one driver will arrive. And eventually, when they do arrive, you will be trying to haggle the price with that driver throughout that journey. There's a human in the loop in every step of the way. Now, let's shift to more of a cognitive enterprise in the case of any hill riding service. You are communicating directly with the machine. The machine is able to identify where you're located. It's trying to identify the best driver for you, not just the closest driver, but the best driver for this trip. It's even telling you what exactly the price should be, so you don't need to haggle about the price. And of course, the impact of all of this is significant improvements when it comes down to operational efficiency, customer satisfaction, revenue, and beyond. In fact, if we see, that's precisely the reason why when we start seeing the growth of Uber, for example, compared to, and the riding to other traditional enterprises, where Uber has been growing very, very fast since the 2014 and beyond. Now, that said, just to summarize again, a cognitive depending on the machine to make a great deal of our decisions and actions for a while now. So if you look at, in the case of flight, there is more than 98% of flight today is being carried out by the autopilot. In fact, also in the case of stock markets, 80% of it is handled by the machine, as well as cardiac surgeries. So if we are able to trust the machine with our money and our lives, most likely we should be able to trust it in running our own enterprises as well. Now, with that said, let's just talk on this human-machine synergy just a little bit, just to understand a little bit of how do we relate each, and where does this machine stop in this process. There is the process, what's known in literature as human in the loop, where the expectation is the human is expected to make the final action and decision, and throughout, the machine is only providing information for the human. If we look at human on the loop, the machine is providing a recommendation to the human, but the last action is still done by the human. And then the human out of the loop. That's the Uber example I was just showing, where there is no human in this process. The human is literally out of the loop, and the machine is taking the full set of actions. Now, this requires just a little bit of an understanding of the technologies that we are dealing with today to make such decisions, and which ones are in and on and out of the loop. If we look at BI technologies, all our current ERP systems are extremely powerful, but they are a point in time. They're really recording everything to that moment in time. So they are a rear view mirror of everything that has happened till that moment in time. We bring in AI technologies beyond just the simple database, and now we are looking at a forward-looking technology where we're starting to understand what could happen. And so we're looking more at the future. But again, that brings us to lots of information. You're now having information overload, where it's analysis paralysis. You've known a lot of what has happened, a lot of what could happen. What should you do about it? And this is where also a new area of research has always been emerging over the last decade called decision intelligence, where it's designed to actually bridge the gap of what we know to what should we do about it. And that's very, very critical. So now what this does is it moves away from just telling me a little bit of what could have happened in the future to telling me exactly what I should have been doing about it, and hence really doing that action in one way or another. Let's just walk through a quick example of such. If I have a BI suite and say I'm a retailer of some sort, the BI suite would tell me what's happening in all my stores, which is very useful information. How much did I sell? What did I sell? And so on and so forth. But as I move beyond and I bring in an AI capability, now I'm understanding demand of what's going to be the demand of what I'm selling in my retail store next week, next month, and beyond. And that's very, very powerful. Now, bring in DI, and now we're adding another layer of power in all of this, which is, what should I do about it? Now that I know what my demand is and which stores, I can now bring in more of optimize my inventory. Tell me exactly how much should I order of this particular product. Or tell me how should I staff my actual, how should I schedule my actual staff? Even which marketing channels should I look at? And whether they are operational decisions or even strategic decisions. Where should I open my next store? And so on and so forth. And as we move closer to the right, we're now able to become much more cognitive, bringing in all those benefits of that cognitive enterprise. Now, what we just mentioned brings us to this idea of, now that we have this ability to go throughout the spectrum, not just understand what has happened or what could happen, but actually are able to come and take actions around on this. This then brings us to this ability of that digital worker, that ability of that agent that can now come in, make decisions with us within this enterprise. And I'll just here just a quote from Mark Benoff on today's cohort of CEOs will be the last to lead all human workforces. From this point on, we're expecting to have a combination of digital workers who are able to go through the whole journey, not just that looking at the past or recommending, but actually going all the way through to making those decisions as well with us. In fact, not only are we looking at the digital worker replacing or joining forces, in some cases, our own human workers, but if we look at even in the case of Sam Altman, they're looking at the potential of having that one-person unicorn. In other words, that's only one single individual with a combination of all digital workers really working and digital agents working, doing that work for us. In fact, if we go even one step further, we can look at how we can start seeing, is it even needed to have that human leader in that enterprise? In the case of Mark Anderson, they funded the AI agent through Terminal, and they provided it with about $50,000, and it was able to generate $3.9 million out of it just in a few months after that. So it shows you the capability of these agents. Not only can they run in many cases within these enterprises, but they can run on their own, in fact, some of these enterprises. So with that comes the argument of what is then a cognitive enterprise? And a cognitive enterprise leverages AI agents in every process, decision, and interaction. It continuously learns, adapts, and improves for the optimal performance of that enterprise. Okay, so I just walked you through this journey of trying to explain that the technology has been evolving. Now we start seeing the capability of going all the way to decision making. Now we can have agents that are now working with us in our own enterprises, and so on. So how can we then pull all of those agents together within an enterprise to make sure that they are operating in the best manner possible? So if we were looking at digital disruptions over time, we can start seeing back in the 90s, we had the ERPs. Later, we had productivity tools. After that, we had cloud, RPAs, and collaborative software. And recently, now we're looking at a lot of what the capabilities of generative AI is doing. But most importantly for us today, we're seeing with a lot of this, the advent of these decision AI agents, we're seeing that they are now being part of what we call an enterprise AI platform. So what is an enterprise AI platform again? It's just one that's running all of these agents together under the hood and making sure that an enterprise is performing to its best possibilities. And what it can do is look at all the functions within an enterprise, assuming that enterprise follows this rubric, and tries to really enhance its cognitive capabilities throughout. And that's really the gist of such enterprise AI platforms. Now, we have been building our own within the region. It's called EDIX, or the Enterprise Decision Intelligence Platform. We're designing it as the most accessible, contextualized, cost-effective enterprise AI platform in the MENA region. And the way it operates is basically, it runs a number of agents, what we call our EDIX agents. They could be agents that are handling our marketing or site selection or scheduling or beyond. And we're producing bundling these agents within what we call our EDIX suites. Today we're targeting heavily retail and logistic, and even expanding into workforce. Now, what these agents would do is what you would expect a worker in an enterprise to do. They could look at marketing, site selection, scheduling, dispatchment, inventory, intelligence, or even your pricing within your own enterprise. And we divide them across 6 main verticals: the market you operate in, the assets you manage, your workforce, the operations you're handling within your own enterprise, the offerings you're providing, whether services or products, and finally, how are you really performing all in all. And I'll just walk you through one of those agents and how it's one or two of those agents. This is our inventory intelligence. It's trying to understand for this particular enterprise what's happening within that enterprise. understanding everything of what are the sales that are there. So it's providing a lot on the information of the sales within that enterprise, digging deeper into those sales, and that's providing that information to that human user still. But then it can show the capability of prediction as well, and now it's predicting inventory of the future. So it's now telling that store particularly how much do we expect, and so on and so forth. And if you want the agent to take on the work, all you need to do is just put it on cognitive mode, and the agent now is able to not only predict and but actually make the decisions on your behalf. And so now we're moving it one extra step in this journey where now the agent is able to actually take it all the way. Now, another example beyond inventory is our dispatchment intelligence. This is work that we're doing with Riyadh municipality as well, where they can now dispatch a great deal of their own inspectors with the goal of making Riyadh a more cognitive city as well. And so here the agent is able to tell the users everything of what has happened in this case of cases that are happening within the city. But not only are we able to tell what's happening as certain aspects of this, but go beyond this as well to start predicting certain cases beyond this as well. So we can now predict where are the next potential cases going to be, what are we expecting them to be within the city. And I'm waiting for it to go forward, but I think I'll skip. Now, just to summarize, now that you've understood a little bit of what are some of these agents and what they're doing, let's just walk you through our own tech stack. How have we been building it? And it was very interesting just to follow after Accenture, because we seem to have very similar types of also ideas on the logic of this. But the data ingestion layer here, what we care about is building that digital twin of an enterprise. Hence, what we're looking at is trying to understand what is that digital twin of an enterprise, where we feed in not only our internal data that the enterprise has, but supplement that with significantly additional data sets. Solutions computation is where our models live. And so we have here, say, in the case of demand forecasting, our time series models are there, where the models would pull from the relevant data layer as such. Now, as you move on top of that, the agents live on top of that. An agent will fire up a number of models from the layer below, and those models will, of course, pull data from several of those data sets that are available below. Finally, this idea of the complex reasoning. What we have here is that the cognitive brain as well. This is where our cognitive brain fits in the enterprise, where it's trying to figure out which agents should we also bring on board to solve a particular problem. And so which ones also come, just to understand the effects of one decision in an agent versus others. And finally, the interpretation of how does all of this work together and how we communicate with it. So this is where Edix is able to communicate with us, talk to us in this regard, and doing so, try to understand what needs to be done. So let's just show you one last link here of Edix in action. So here we're talking to Edix, and we're asking, show me the current site location we are targeting for next year. It's firing up the agents there. It's trying to identify those locations. These are the current sites under evaluation. Summarize the key concerns you have about these locations. Edix then will come back, trying to come back and explain what are some of the concerns and the underperforming of those. Any other locations we did not evaluate, this is me as the user now asking Edix, and Edix can come back now with us to explain exactly what other sites should be considered. We could then ask, is there any cannibalization that we're expecting out of all of this on my different sites? And it's going down to explain how much of that cannibalization could happen just due to the fact of how much we've been.
15-minute delivery time.
I think there is a sound here, but it's not appearing, but it's fine.
You can reach 170K people within 15 minutes through the 3 locations.
Good. At least there was a question, and that was the answer. And so you start seeing the journey of all of the above, where now we're able to talk to Edix, where Edix is able to fire up the right agents to address and solve the particular problems at hand. Okay. I'll Very quickly, we've deployed a lot of this here in the region in Saudi Arabia, and we've been very happy to have significant impacts across many entities. I'll skip here just for the sake of time. And so just quickly to summarize finally who we are. The company was initially founded by a group of MIT scientists in Boston. We then, with a very clear vision to make every enterprise cognitive, we then grew from there to Riyadh and London. We have a stellar staff, and we're very fortunate to have them from the best, whether education and universities or entities as well. We have been deploying our subdivisions. Today we have our Intelmatics Academy, which we are also announcing in Leap, and Intelmatics Advisory. We announced our Intelmatics Labs last year in collaboration with faculty from MIT, Berkeley, and Oxford. This year we're also announcing our AI Academy and our AI Advisory. We've been winning a great deal of awards so far, and we're very fortunate. We're also the only company currently in the Middle East that is part of the MIT CSAIL Alliance. And with that, thank you so much, and apology. Thank you so much. On time.
Fantastic presentation there from Anas Al Faris, really showing how to leverage armies of agents to power the cognitive enterprise. Now we're going to return and focus on ethics and regulation. Absolutely crucial for really laying the groundwork for all of the advancements that we're seeing today, because we can't ignore the challenges of navigating AI innovations and applications when you look through this lens of regulation, ethics, and accountability. There are a lot of complexities, of course, to get your head round, not least eliminating algorithmic biases and also really determining accountability for AI-driven decisions. So there is a lot to talk about, and I know that we are going to be in really good hands for the next discussion, because I'm pleased to say we have Sanjay Puri, who's the founder of Knowledge Networks Group. He is our moderator for the discussion, so we're going to get this deep dive into ethics now. So please do give Sanjay and his panel a warm round of applause.
Good afternoon. Welcome to our panel on deep dive into regulations and ethics in AI. I want to thank the organizers for putting together really an amazing conference and an amazing group of panelists. So thank you all for taking the time. Artificial intelligence is really transforming every industry in the world right now. Whether it is finance, whether it's medicine, whether it's education, the pace of change is just remarkable. But the pace of change also raises concerns for us. It relates to algorithmic bias, your data privacy. It relates to the explainability of AI. How is that chat box coming up with those answers? So we need to address those issues because the change of pace is so fast. We need to make sure the ethics and regulations are in place. And that's why we have this amazing panel. They're going to take a deep dive into these issues, talking from a tactical as well as a strategic standpoint. To make this panel really valuable for you, we thought that we'll have basically quick intros for them, and they'll answer a foundation question, then we'll get into more substantive issues and end with some fun rapid-fire questions to keep all of you engaged. So having said that, we'll start with the person on my left, Mia Dan. And so Mia, do a quick introduction, but also talk about what is right now the biggest challenge for ethics as well as regulations in AI.
Fantastic. So first questions first. Can everyone hear me okay? Yes? Okay, fantastic. Thank you. I'm so excited to be here today. My journey started in Silicon Valley as a tech blogger, back in the day where digital was still new. And along with tech blogging, I was covering the emerging technology space when Amazon was still the new kid on the block, believe it or not, and Facebook. Nobody cared what Facebook was. It was a different world back then. So since then, I have been leading technology meetup groups. We started with 2 people over a pizza, and we grew it to thousands. My corporate journey started by, I joined eBay at the time, which was one of these big Goliath. I don't know if anybody remembers eBay, but they're still around. I worked with many large tech companies, and my role was to help them adopt new technologies, right? Helping them take all of these great technologies and harnessing that responsibly. So that's where my journey started. My last corporate job was at Google, and I left that, and I joined my consulting firm, which is Lighthouse 3. So today I'm representing 2 organizations. Lighthouse 3, we work with 3 types of clients. One is for AI, if you're just getting started, you're trying to think, is this the right technology for me? There's a lot of hype around it. So what we help is help clients brainstorm use cases, help them decide, is this the right technology for you? Then we help clients who are still trying to decide which is the right vendor. We are platform agnostic. We work with all the big tech and small companies as well. We help onboard those technologies. And last but not the least, we also do performance management, which means looking at whether or not your AI investments are actually paying off. So that's in 2018, when people were not really talking about ethics, when we would say AI ethics, they would say, what do you mean? That's when I published the 100 Brilliant Women in AI Ethics list. So big shout out to all the women who showed up today, because women have been at the forefront of AI ethics. We do, to all of you who showed up, we do 3 things. We help elevate the voices of women who are doing great work in the space. We do educational seminars, trainings, workshops, and we help empower women. We want more women to be be invested in. We want more funding for women. We want more jobs for women. That's what we're about. So then, the question you had was, what is the biggest challenge?
Very briefly.
The biggest challenge is we are not connecting the dots between ethics and business. That, I feel, is the biggest challenge, but I'll talk more about it as we go along.
Okay.
Good?
Okay, Adil, let's hear it from you.
Thank you, Sanjay. So, an electrical engineer turned computer scientist. In 2018, I started a consultancy, vresolve.io, focused on AI and embedded systems. So this is right before AI became publicly cool, but right after the Transformers paper, so take the hint. And like every good business, instead of focusing on our own products, we have been focusing on helping other businesses integrate AI into their overall businesses.
Fantastic. How about you, Abir?
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you today and with Sanjay and our esteemed panelists. My name is Abir Habbal. I'm a managing director with Accenture focused on data and AI. And as Accenture, we pride ourselves on being the reinvention and transformation partner for organizations all over the world. And we're proud that in the Middle East, we're able to make as well the same level of footprint we're making around the world.
Thank you. So, Adil, let me start with you. That, we talk about large companies. You see a lot of large companies here, but there are also a lot of startups. You have a startup yourself. What role do startups or smaller companies play in setting up ethics and regulations, and how can they do that given that they don't have as much resources as larger companies? Because I'm feeling that some of them will be in our audience too.
Right, nice question. So I wish that startups played a more major role in defining AI ethics, usually coming from the latest paradigm of creating startups around GPT or Gemini wrappers. Most of the startups are actually at the mercy of bigger companies. So they can't do much, and unfortunately, in all regulatory discussions, these joints are participating, but the startup community is always absent. So this is an unfortunate reality. Having said that, as AI progresses and AI democratizes, as we say it, it becomes cheaper and more accessible. I think startups will start having more say, and I think it's generally true with any form of technology that we have seen in the past.
Awesome. So, Abir, you have worked obviously with large national transformation, setting up AI policies around the world, especially with nations. Nations have to balance innovation and regulation. What challenges do they deal with, and how can countries work around those challenges?
Absolutely. That's the key debate around what is the right level of regulation for AI without stifling innovation. And this really requires an active dialogue and understanding of both stakeholders, the regulator and the adopter, let's say, from another side. The first standpoint is that for adopters, even in absence of these regulations, you need to have the right AI governance, because understanding the risks, not using AI effectively, can ultimately offend your direct customers or constituents, your shareholders. You might not be able to build the right level of trust and reliability in your operations. You can have a sustainability agenda and then consume unprecedented levels of AI, right? So governing AI is really a must for these organizations, whether regulations exist or not. Then from the other side, when it comes to regulator, there is a role to play here, which is about standardizing the level of principles and your definition of AI ethics, considering that not all other stakeholders will be at the same level of maturity, and considering that often enough, some misuse may happen intentionally or unintentionally. But then understanding the starting point for these different players is really key, and establishing that level of dialogue, because governments need to understand that there's a big promise of value that can come from AI, and then enabling that level of promise within these organizations is key, without basically letting the lid open on all level of risks that may come. So the aspect of to what level of governance do we want to exercise from a national perspective, and really understanding the readiness of these organizations and the operational cost that is also expected on their side throughout the adoption. And there's an aspect of not just publishing these policies and guidelines and principles, but actively maintaining that level of dialogue to refine where needed, and not really to have stringent, penalizing, let's say, implications directly, but to really understand that we are at a stage where experimentation is happening, we're moving to scaling, and the technology is evolving so fast, and hence there's a level of active communication that needs to be maintained.
Well, that's very helpful. Thanks so much. Mia, you've been a leading voice in terms of inclusive AI, in terms of ethics and norms. How can we get past that conversation and just make that embedded in everything that happens in AI, rather than talk about diversity and things of that nature, but just make sure that companies are embedding it in all the things that they do?
Great question. It's time that we made this real, because you're right, so many people who work on ethics tend to be researchers, and there's a disconnect between how fast the research is developing, but how do you apply that? Can I just do a quick show of hands here? Just a quick show of hands. How many people here think they're ethical? Just a quick show. Yes?
That's
I like
depressing.
the honesty.
That's depressing.
That's impressive. At least 2 people admitted to being ethical. The reason I ask is we all strive to be ethical, but what does it mean to have an ethical product? Which means it should work for all of us. Like, for example, if you were to you want to buy a car. Let's take an example. You're buying a car. Would you buy a car without a seatbelt? How many people would buy a car without a seatbelt? Airbags? Maybe? Yes. It's highly unlikely. So when we think about ethics and you think about responsible AI, we have to think about practical terms. What does it mean for your product design? It means, one, it should be safe, right? If you're going at a high speed, you want to make sure you're not going to get ejected out of the car. Like, they're the basic things. So you have the level set. But then the next level up is, are you making sure it's not going to cause other harms? For that, you have to make sure that you have women, you have people of color, you have other faiths and religions represented on your design team. Because, again, one more question for the audience. Mm-hmm. How many people here have used ChatGPT? Okay, excellent. Okay, so did you know that ChatGPT 3 was biased against Muslims? Researchers found in 2021, this is not a new thing, in 2021 they found that when you put in a query, it would show up like 66% more violence associated with Muslims than with non-Muslims. So that is unacceptable, and this is why we say start designing your product with diversity at your core, so that when this designs, the output comes out, it is inclusive of everyone. Because we can't have technologies that only work for like the Western world and they don't work for the rest of the world.
Well, that's very helpful. Coming back to you, Abir, you work a lot in this region in the Middle East. What gaps do you see in AI regulations that you think that need to be addressed? I think our audience would love to know that.
Absolutely. The Middle East actually has been at the forefront of also developing national AI ethics principles and guidelines and policies right from the start, on par with leading countries who have embarked on similar transformation agendas. Today in Saudi, we have the AI ethics policy, and then we had the generative AI guidelines being published in association with that, and we see a continuous evolution, especially with the launch of the International Center for AI Research and Ethics in collaboration with the UNESCO. Similar as well, efforts across UAE and other parts of the Middle East are embracing the same level. So the question really becomes about what has been the response across the ecosystem. Is there the right level of adoption? And if not, how can really governments cater to that and really support and enabling the rest of the ecosystem to adopt? So there's the angle of really putting into practice what has been designed. The other lens in terms of further taking things to the next level becomes a sectoral discussion, right? So when it comes to health sector, for example, is it enough to have these national AI ethics principles, or do we need to actively regulate, for example, AI use in medical devices, especially if these technologies are expected to influence how we diagnose, how we treat patients? So the sectoral lens is, I would say, the next step that needs to be looked at, and especially also with the ambition to adopt innovative technologies like autonomous vehicles and beyond. The last part becomes more about IP, which is really still a global debate around, who controls the IP behind AI, right? And the data that it has sourced from. And especially with the complexity of the stakeholders, from the people who produce to the people who trade AI to eventually to use it, there's a lot of debate around how IP gets managed, who owns it, and can really reap basically the precedence from it.
So this is obviously the big debate question that's going on. I would love to get feedback from all of you. DeepSeek was released, 2-3 weeks or whatever. It's an open source product. So open source raises issues which are very different from an ethics standpoint. So would love to get your feedback to our audiences. What are the implications when you put products out in open source? Their rates are out there. What are the implications from an ethics, from a regulation standpoint? I would love to know. I'm sure the audience wants to know too. So please, any of you, all of you?
I can go?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Please.
So my perspective is that open source is the way to go. I come from an open source background. And so there is an inherent problem attached with DeepSeek, and it is pointed towards China. So everyone points towards China, that this model is originating from China, and that is the problem. I tend to disagree. The most problems that we associate with China are surveillance, and might sound politically incorrect, but Facebook is also a surveillance company, and they sell your data for ads. And they have Llama, which is an open source model. So I think the problem stems from political and geographical challenges. Open source actually opens the doors towards future progress and democratization of AI. And that is what eventually would lead to more accessible and ethical AI, in my opinion.
I tend to agree as well. The growth in open source assets and capabilities has really led to AI democratization, and has really led to fueling different players and from an aspect of playing on their strengths and developing the applications on top of it. There are many applications across different sectors in education, in retail, and so on that we wouldn't have if we haven't really made this technology that accessible, that as well, considering cost sensitivities as well behind it. So it's amazing what, launching that technology has enabled across different parts of the world. And really as cascading from developed to developing countries. And in fact, we need to do a lot more of that, considering as well that the open source, let's say, fuel has been public data, so it only makes sense to make it also available publicly.
Mia?
Yeah. So I believe neither is perfect. So they both come with their pros and cons. Like, I have an Apple phone. It's proprietary, it's not open source, and yet we use it because it's most secure. Android, on the other hand, not so secure, but not to say that it doesn't. I agree, open source does can be more innovative, absolutely. With the DeepSeek, I feel like the ethical issues remain the same. Maybe on the sustainability side, maybe we do have some benefits because it uses low compute. The compute cost comes down, the environmental resources used are lower, it's less intensive. But on the other hand, technologies are not built in a vacuum. Technologies always reflect the ideology of the funders and builders. So if some technology is built by the Chinese government or Chinese, right, those are the values. That's the history you're going to hear about. That's the perspective. And then if you have someone built by some folks in Silicon Valley, that's the ideology that's going to be built in. Like you say, right? One person freedom fighter is another person's terrorist. We can't think of these technologies as neutral or objective. They will reflect the society's biases.
Just to add to that, the challenge today is that if you look at DeepSeek, Llama, etc., there's no way to standardize and say this is the ethical score of all of these models. Right? And the way we do decisions is not just about intelligence, it's intelligence plus ethics. And this is the global gap that remains today, which we need the community to work actively upon.
100%. Because when I ask this question, right, are you an ethical person? I guarantee two people say yes, but what you mean by ethical is very different from what that person said. Ethics are not standard. Maybe we agree on certain things. We want to be a good parent, we want to be a good friend, and so on, but there is no common set of ethics that we can all sign off on, like, yes, this is a standard.
So to follow up on that, does ethics differ based on region, culture, values? When you look around the world, Mia, what do you think? We are here, you are from the US, you're here in a different region, there are other parts of the world. How do you define ethics from an AI standpoint for our audience? How does that work?
That's such a great question. And I have to say, I represent two different cultures. I grew up in a very conservative, very traditional culture. Very different. I lived for the last 25 years in the US. Very different culture. And I feel like the technologies will reflect the cultures of the people. So it's all of the above. So the values of the people, and again, people think of ethics, this is good or this is bad. It's not binary. And I'll tell you how that works, right? I'm a vegetarian. I don't eat meat. I have friends who are vegan. They don't eat cheese. I love cheese. But then I have friends who don't eat meat. They're pescatarian, they have fish. So am I more ethical than somebody who eats meat? And are they my vegan friends more ethical than me? No. It's a very cultural value-based decision. As society, we get to decide what is or isn't right for our culture, and that's why I feel like it is going to be a reflection of our society.
So the issue obviously is that there is this global south, and they have history, languages, etc. The AI is trained on about Western knowledge. 60% of the internet is in English, Western knowledge. How do you balance that? I mean, I don't know if any of you have thoughts in that, because that directly applies to ethics, values, and equity in that. Any thoughts?
I think it's going to take its due course, like every expensive technology ever has. The global south will have to keep on ramping up on this. But I think the time is near. I think in the next 3 years, AI will be democratized. And I again would say, thank you, DeepSeek, for that. At least they're not making money out of it. But I would agree with Mia. So ethics is a very regional and very time-bound topic, region, culture, time-bound. So eventually, for example, I don't shake hands with women, if I were to do that in West, that would probably be considered a bit rude. So if you ask an AI about this, you should get different answers based on culture, right? So I think with time, Accenture is already working on Middle Eastern AI. G42 is working. So I think with time, local AI ethical paradigm would emerge.
So every nation having its own AI, sovereign AI, as they say. You're going to say something, Abir?
Yeah, what you're saying is exactly the reason why we see bias in different models. So the first step is really awareness of why is this happening. The second step becomes about correction and adaptation and making sure your data is represented so you can fine-tune these models, right? So it's about awareness and then being active in order to solve basically the root cause of the problem and see how we can move along to a more represented world.
May I add one thing? We published the first Women in AI Ethics list in 2018, long before anyone was talking about it. What we noticed is, after publishing, we published a 7th list this year. US and UK were dominant for a long time in this space. They were far ahead. But what we are finding is that's not the case anymore. The global majority countries, like the Middle East, we are seeing more action in Africa. The global majority is now becoming more vocal in this space, and I'm really excited to see that.
So as we were discussing before, that in the mobile world, that people, especially in the global south, jumped from not going to the landlines, they went straight to mobile phones, maybe in AI. You're going to see a lot more happening here. Abir, coming to you, you spend a lot of time in terms of data governance frameworks. Tell our audience what's next in that sphere besides privacy, data classification. What do you see happening in this whole world of governance frameworks?
Absolutely. So I don't believe I will be sharing something new with the audience when I say that data is the fuel of AI. So having the right data governance frameworks in place is actually a big advantage for you to jumpstart on your AI journey. Because it's really about understanding the data landscape that you have, who are the key custodians and protectors of that data? Do I have the right governance controls to make sure it is at the right level of quality, accuracy, timeliness, and so on? So actually data governance as an institution is key for you to be able to pivot on your AI journey and really advance towards AI addressing every single aspect of your business.
Well, that's very, very helpful. One question I think that when I do my podcast, I ask the policymakers and they ask me, and this would be something from you. The pace of change in AI is just unbelievable. It's multimodal, it's agentic AI, it's this, that. How does regulation keep pace with that? Because, you have reasoning models, it's this model, that model. How are policies going to keep pace? Thoughts from any of you, all of you?
Sure. Okay, I'll start. I look at AI, I'm using law and regulation interchangeably, but they're different things. But they serve two purposes. One is prevention. There's a reason all the cars today have seat belts, right? There's a reason, prevention. But then if a car, there have been cars, I won't name brands, which have self-driving cars which have exploded, that have run into people, caused damage. So that becomes accountability. We need both. So one is prevent harm and then hold them accountable. We need both, and I feel like that's where the challenge is, that when we keep pace is we already have existing laws. Do no harm laws, right? It's just a matter of adapting a lot of them. Like, you cannot discriminate against women. You should not be discriminating against people of color. We should apply those laws. And accountability is going to be challenging because who do you go after? You have a self-driving car. Is it the car manufacturer? Or is that going to be someone who could design the software? But we still have a lot to sort out at that end. And what is an acceptable fine? For $1 trillion company, is $1 million really an adequate fine? Those are the questions still need to be hashed out. We are not there yet. I don't believe we are there yet.
From my perspective, I think regulations always lag behind technology. It's very difficult with all the bureaucracy and everything involved and the multifaceted paradigm towards each problem. What I generally think is that we should continue to focus on products and product standards instead of AI. And think of AI as a tool that sits in a product. So if it's in a car, then the safety standards of the car are already there, and that's what we should be working on. Or if it's an IoT device or if it's an edge device, the data privacy standards or regulations should kick in. So AI should be considered as an instrument towards a product which has to be regulated rather than regulating or trying to regulate AI itself.
Just to add to that as well, I mean, I completely agree, and there's this aspect of establishing regulatory sandboxes. You know, we usually talk about sandboxes as a way to innovate products and so on, but actually also to test regulations, you know, with the right, let's say, developers, with the right users, in order to make sure they're being refined and really addressing the need without stifling innovation.
See, the concern that I hear from policymakers around the world is they don't want to see a repeat of social media, because social media was never regulated, is not regulated, and we all love social media, but there are, you know, challenges around that. So that's you know, a big issue right now. There's an issue of concentration. There's an issue of, you know, liability. So the one other question that comes from an ethical standpoint is, and this would love to get feedback from all of you, is when an AI model makes a mistake, who is really liable? Is it the builder of the AI, the implementer of the AI, or the good folks who are sitting in this room are working on, as she said, ChatGPT, Claude, DeepSeek, etc.? Thoughts for our amazing audience here?
I'll go. So, first of all, I would say that data is liable. I come from a computer science background and still think in the same way of, you know, test-driven development. So I think all the biases originate from data. And it's seldom that someone who is training AI wants his AI to be biased, especially when it comes to commercial aspects. They're going to get a lot of hate and a lot of errors. No one is going to use their AI if it's biased, eventually. So I think the major effort first goes into the data, that you have enough data for all types. And the person who's collecting this data, I think he's primarily responsible for making sure that the data is not skewed towards one entity. Coming towards who should be legally liable for this, I think the legal liability should rest with the one who is commercializing this AI without the due warnings around it. So I would term it in terms of, for example, GDPR, for example. I think GDPR is one of the best things Europe has done, among other things. But like, if someone is using AI, they tell you that this is an AI, and there are XYZ problems associated with it, it's better. If they're not doing it, and they're making money out of it, then I think they should be legally liable.
Let me just push one thing else, and then I would love to get their feedback. What happens when the AI hallucinates, and then let's say it gives you a medical diagnosis or a legal case which does not even, a reference case that does not exist, and our good audience is using it. This is not about biased data, this is actually about false prognosis. Then who is liable when our good folks are going to the drugstore to get those medicines, Adil? Or Abir?
Yeah, so very rightly put, because one of the products that we've worked on is Qazi AI. It's a legal assistant, basically. And hallucination is one of the major problems. So how did we solve it? We cannot solve hallucination altogether. It kills the creativity, so there's a counterbalance. But what we do is that we don't remove the human from the loop. We don't remove the expert from the loop at this point, till we are sure that this is autonomously, independently working. We always have this, red text that this can be a problem. It's there to help you, but this is not the solution. Like, for example, ChatGPT has done brilliantly. If you ask it for a medical advice, it will, start with, I'm not a doctor, please ask a doctor. I'm going to tell you, but please ask a doctor. And end again with, please ask a doctor. So something like this.
So regulations basically have obligations on the developers of AI and on the users. As a developer, I need to be transparent how my model works, what data was it trained on. I need to run quality checks actively and understand is it consistently meeting the criteria. As a user, I need to exercise a level of human oversight, right? So understanding what went wrong is really about understanding which aspect of these obligations have we not really fulfilled. Right? But this is why, as well, AI really depends on the collaboration between the business and the technical people working together, meeting their obligations, so it can derive the value that it's intended to.
So I'll provide a US-centric view, because what's happening in the news, and we're all following it. So you had the IBM CEO this morning, and I heard him at an analyst meeting just last fall. And this is interesting. He was probably one of the few people, CEOs, who publicly said that you don't need large language models, because the large language models are the ones which have a bigger issue of hallucination because they're scraping so much data and they're using so much of it. I think a lot of people don't realize that. You can have a small language model and you can address some of the hallucination issues much better because they're smaller and the database, that the training data set is also smaller. So that's number one. So number two is looking at the executive order that Biden administration had put out. The crux of that was that if a federal government contractor, the US federal government is one of the biggest consumers of AI technologies, huge budgets. And what they found is if we can make the federal agencies be responsible for vetting these technologies really well for diversity and ethics, the onus is on them, right? You have a carrot and sticks. Regulation is the stick. So carrot is if you want to work with the US government, then you basically have a carrot incentive, make sure your technology works, right? So there's the onus, so which is what we also do. We do a lot of governance vetting work. But then, because it has been repealed, what that means is the risk has not gone away. It is buyer beware. It's your risk. If you're using the technology, it's on you, because there's no recourse. Right? Individually, you can sue them, but there isn't any recourse there. And there's also an additional issue. So when you use these technologies and something does go wrong, like you said, like who is accountable, I feel like a lot of that is right now in the courts. And one last example, Adobe. There is a lot of controversy around the training data that's being used in large language models. It's all scraped from the internet, right? Many of those are from artists, creators, painters, writers. So what's going on is they're suing these companies. So what Adobe did, Microsoft did, they said to anyone using our technology, if you get sued, we'll indemnify you. That is how they're getting around it. If you can't solve the problem, then you basically indemnify your clients, so it becomes the responsibility of the user, like you said, but you'll get indemnified by Microsoft or whoever is using, whichever technology you're using.
Yeah. Well, that's very helpful. As I said at the end, I'm going to put these wonderful folks on the spot and see how they come up in your eyes, and then we'll see what we can do. So I'm going to ask you some yes or no questions. Same things for all of you. Let's see, different backgrounds, different perspectives, so we'll go with that. So, should there be a global authority overseeing AI ethics, yes or no?
No.
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 Wow. We have consensus. Do you believe that AI should be self-regulated by the industry, yes or no?
No.
No as well.
Wow. I thought there would be some issue here. Is explainability, explaining what comes out of these things, more important than the raw model data accuracy? Yes or no? There is no hedging, you got to pick one.
Gonna cheat? No, maybe. No. Wait, model accuracy or?
Well, I said, is explainability more important than raw? No. What about you?
I would say yes.
Yes. Finally, we have a little bit of this differences. So, Do you think most companies underestimate the need for regulations in AI? Yes or no?
No.
Yes.
Yes.
2-1. So is the speed of AI evolution outpacing our ability to regulate? I kind of gave you a little bit of an answer, but still.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Does the current pace of AI innovation worry you, and should it worry them?
Yes.
Yes or no?
No.
No.
2 no's, 1 yes. Okay. Do you believe, final one, that generative AI is riskier than the other AI models? You know, you have people think Gen AI is the only AI, but there is, many other AI models. Is it more risky?
Yes.
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 Okay. Well, we've had some fantastic feedback. I hope the feedback that you got from our esteemed panel tells you that why there is an importance for ethics regulation in AI. I think, and that's where policymakers, industry leaders, civil society members, they all need to have these conversations so that we come up with policies. We want innovation. We want all the great things that come out of ChatGPT and others from this region, but we need this kind of guardrails that happen. So I want you all to really give our panel a big round of applause. They did a fantastic job. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And thank you, Sanjay, for this amazing round of questions.
No, amazing job that you guys did.
Thank
I put you on the spot. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sanjay, and your panel for that really fascinating debate. So much more to talk about today. It's really great to take that deep dive into ethics and governance and all of the issues that we need to think about ahead. Now, of course, one of the world's key challenges right now is how we can meet those high net zero targets. And in this session, we're going to look at how AI is really helping to accelerate this vital journey towards a more resilient, carbon neutral energy future. There are really complex demands on the energy landscape as energy security collides with our carbon reduction commitments. So we're going to find out how AI is really helping to optimize energy flows, manage remote assets, and develop simpler energy solutions. It sounds really easy, doesn't it? But it is pretty complex, and we're going to delve into this and get some real-world examples thrown into the mix. I'm really pleased to say that hosting this panel is Raffaella Campagnoli. She's an advisory council member of the Harvard Business Review and founder of Lyra Strategy Partners. She's going to be in the hot seat, so please do welcome Raffaella and her panel.
Thank you very much. Hello, Dash.
Hi, Rafa. It's fun to be on stage with a Rafa.
Absolutely, yes. Do you hear as well, guys?
Yeah.
Is it clear, the voice? Yes? Good, perfect. So Dash has been flying from California to here, arrived yesterday night, leaving tomorrow morning.
Absolutely.
And we have a big emphasis bossing here. So you're an executive vice president. You lead in services, utilities, resources, energy, and enterprise sustainability at Infosys, right?
Yes.
So very honored to be here with you. Thanks a lot for joining us.
Thank you. Fun to be here.
So Dash, over your years, many years we don't say, otherwise you look too old, right? Many years within Infosys and the tax system, You were a global leader of many different industries. Infosys is a global player in consulting, in data, AI. Let's say that we have the best of the best in here talking about AI and energy, right? I'm not an expert of energy. It looks like AI is driven by energy, so the engine of AI is also energy, so it's going to be interesting understanding how you guys think that the end-to-end value chain of energy from the generation to stocking to distribution is going to be improved by AI, and how these two can coexist together with the tendency to a net zero kind of planet that we want to build, right? So my first question is, maybe you can address us towards understanding what is the role of Infosys within the AI and within the energy sector, to then go deeper into kind of understanding of our topic.
So a little bit about Infosys. We are 19 billion in revenue, about 320,000 employees globally. We take pride in being a digital transformation and AI-led transformation partner for about 2,000 global clients across all sectors. We also take extreme pride in the fact that we became carbon neutral 30 years ahead of the Paris Agreement, which is what gave us the insights into how to drive energy transition and apply AI and digital platforms to drive energy transition. Obviously, this is something which we are rated as one of the leaders in the world. We work with almost all the super majors globally. We work with most of the large utilities across the globe to help them drive their grid modernization initiatives, renewable integration initiatives, and we'll talk about some of them today.
It's interesting to understand how you have been trying to pioneer the industry itself to then apply and execute the same kind of improvements all over your clients, right? You were present in 56 countries with Infosys. 56 countries you cover with Infosys.
Yes, we are in
so it's pretty much super global as a company.
It's a global company.
So tell us, when we talk about generation, transport, stocking, and then distribution of energy, is it really AI a game changer? Is it something which is generating efficiency? Is it something that it's actually consuming more energy itself? How do you see this?
Sure. So if you look at two mega global trends today, one is adoption of AI across all industries. The other one is energy transition. Because when you talk about carbon neutrality and net zero journey, it cannot happen without energy transition. Now that's what makes it very interesting, because energy transition and AI are intertwined. As the global energy network grows, it becomes very complex, large in scale. You have distributed energy resources that come in to supply energy, produce energy at a rapid pace, exchange information with other distributed energy resources, and then there is storage that comes in, long-term storage that comes in. You have a lot of energy efficiency initiatives going in. So when you have these millions of points that define the future energy network, the complexity and scale can only be managed by AI. So AI-based models, deployment of platforms that are driven by AI is the only way to do four things on the global energy network. The first is to make the energy network more resilient, because renewables by nature are intermittent. They come and go. When the sun is shining, you get solar energy. When the wind is blowing, you get wind energy. And therefore, the intermittency has to be managed by models like AI. The second part is reliability of the grid, because grid is the backbone of any society, any community, any city, any country. And therefore, it has to be highly reliable, and AI is the only way to make it more reliable. Third is safety of the grid, of the future energy network, because you have to keep it safe. And the last point is on security. As we introduce more and more distributed energy resources into the grid, long-term storage into the grid, consumption points are all over geographically distributed, your vulnerabilities are a lot more. And therefore, AI-driven security models are the only way to keep it secure. So again, resilience, reliability, safety, and security. And that's what is driving AI. And Obviously, there are a lot of models being built. We ourselves have built several models where we are helping clients adopt renewable energy, long-term storage. There are quite a few examples of working with clients where we built something called energy as a service platform, where the client brings the renewable energy into the microgrid, and then we manage the storage, we manage the energy efficiency, we collect data points and train the model to be intelligent enough to reduce consumption on the fly.
Okay, but then clear the fact that AI is intelligent, right? So we're trying to get a more intelligent way to manage our energy, production, distribution, somehow, and stocking in the middle. But then, again, my question, AI is consuming the energy that we produce. So what is a trade-off that you can help us understand? Because it looks like chicken and egg kind of stuff, right? I produce energy that then is used by AI, and so what is it in there?
Yeah. As we were watching the previous session from backstage, I was thinking, this is a very timely and very well put session right after the AI and ethics. There are two ways to look at it. So while data centers that run AI models consume tremendous amount of energy because of the GPUs, the cloud-based infrastructure, which is power hungry. Some data points say that you have almost like AI's data center adds 15,000 equivalent of homes to the grid.
And there's a lot of air conditioning as well, right? Because they create a lot
of air-based cooling that goes in. Now the chips or the processors have to be managed with the right temperature. So as AI consumes more and more energy, the solutions can also come from AI. What I mean by that is we can drive a lot more optimized renewables. We can reduce the innovation cycle using AI. We can create microgrids that have self-sustained AI data centers that have renewables integrated into it. And one of the examples is we did this fantastic project in Singapore where we actually integrated renewables into the microgrid and built a self-sustaining model where you don't need energy from fossil fuel, right?
So it's a virtuous cycle this time.
Absolutely, it's an island. And AI could use these models to become self-sufficient. So that's number one. Okay. Number two is there are new technologies evolving, like long-term storage. So you can have storage shipped to an AI data center where it runs on the storage material for the long run. These are grid-level storage devices that you can move to any data center you want. Another encouraging technology is SMRs, the small modular reactors. Obviously, it's in a nascent stage, but many technology companies are investing in SMRs, in the fusion model of nuclear generation, because it can be very modular. It can sit next to the data center, and once the regulations and the safety aspects are taken care of, that's something that's going to take off in a big way. So multiple ways to handle it. We at Infosys are working with one of our clients in Europe to build something called the immersion cooling liquid for AI data centers. And essentially what it does is instead of using air, it uses a coolant that reduces the temperature of the processors as it does the large language model processing. First phase of the pilot is very successful, and we are very encouraged to take it to market.
So being like this, it looks like we are stepping ahead, and so reducing really wastes and going more closer to a positive, net positive, zero kind of environment kind of word, which we like to believe in, and it's clear that you guys are really working towards that kind of direction. I was, thinking about right now that there's probably barriers that still we have to face. There's obstacles. Life has never been so easy, especially for this kind of industry, which is still an hard industry, and AI facilitating, enabling, but still not being fully maybe adopted. So how do you see your next steps and the way forward?
So Rafa, it's a fast-moving train. Energy transition is a recent phenomena, but it's something that's catching up. Everybody wants to jump on the bandwagon, and the initial progress has been very encouraging. There are quite a few barriers. The first one is, how do you make sure that the business case stands? The business case for renewables stands, and storage stands, right? And for that, there has to be incentive mechanisms. There has to be financial models that really catch up to that. Second part is the policy making and the regulatory frameworks. Different parts of the world have start and stop initiatives, but there has to be some consistent policy making that supports the adoption of more renewable energy storage and grid-based storage. The third is supply chain. So today, I believe that the energy transition needs a much more robust supply chain, from energy transition materials to the consumption of energy. To give you an example, data centers are very regionally focused, right? Like in the US, Virginia has the largest number of data centers. And Virginia, state of Virginia. 30% of energy consumption in the state of Virginia goes to data centers because of the AI models, right? Now, how do you geographically distribute it in such a way that you are able to create renewable energy for the data centers? And that's one example of how you can drive the supply chain part of the issue. Last but not the least is about talent and skill sets, believe it or not. As we try to optimize more and more storage, as we try to adopt more renewables, the skill sets required to drive these initiatives and support these at a global scale is very, very limited. And I think it has to be a public-private partnership. There has to be a lot more work with the academia where we build the skill sets of the future, especially around AI and energy transition, renewable energy, driving the innovation cycle shorter, and so on. Because energy density has to become bigger and bigger so that the costs are less and the adoption is higher. So quite a few barriers. But here's the encouraging part. We at Infosys have taken an approach of building what we call as the energy transition ecosystem. So you take OEMs, you work with the renewable energy providers, you work with AI models, you work with cloud providers, and build an overall ecosystem that can go and help clients achieve their energy transition journey. To give an example, in one of the airports in Germany, we just piloted an Infosys AI model where your energy consumption, your energy efficiency is almost 35 to 40% better.
Wow.
And we are also...
But Jim, you know that German people are always more efficient than anyone else, right?
Absolutely, yeah. and that's just the first phase. We believe that as the AI models learn more and they are able to optimize the billions of data points as to where the consumption needs to be at what point, we will be able to achieve more. And to make it even better, we are doing financial engineering where Infosys charges based on the energy savings, because the incentives for clients to invest in such a technology has to be there, right?
So that's the energy as a service model concept, right?
Energy as a service
You pay
model.
as much as you consume or you save, depending.
Part of the savings.
It's a good model.
So it's very encouraging. I think building these ecosystem partners, one example we have on the slides here is how we are working on the latest green hydrogen initiatives with academia, right? Wherein you build the green hydrogen-based platforms and then you deploy that with clients. So quite a few initiatives going on, and we believe that the ecosystem has to evolve. Everybody has to come together to solve this.
So you have very big names on these slides. I just see the logo. I don't see. We cannot see from here. You see, GE, Shell, BP. So very big names. I was just wondering, considering that we have spoken about mature advanced markets and also emerging markets, we are in an emerging markets like the Middle East, for example.
Right.
Is there any specificity, and it was discussed as well before, in the panel before, between the level of maturity of country, the number of data centers that countries have or companies have, the kind of infrastructure itself, IT infrastructure, which can make the difference nowadays on how AI is applied to the energy sector or in general to many industries according to the level of maturity of every government, country, company all over the world right now?
So it's a very wide range of maturity. In the US, we find a lot more innovation-driven AI deployment in energy transition. Clients are taking on the challenge and deploying it at a large scale. We're working on several grid levels, renewable sites that can be onboarded using AI. In the state of Florida, we are engaged in one of those programs. So these are massive, large-scale deployment of energy transition using AI. In Europe, it's a lot more regulation-driven because there is very strict regulations and the policy making is much more ahead.
So Europe is more strict than US?
Europe, we find that there's a lot more regulation-driven initiatives happening.
Okay.
India, China, Middle East, I think they're leapfrogging because there is a lot more solar and wind investments, and therefore there is a large-scale battery storage is quite moving very, very fast. Different levels of maturity, but AI is everywhere. So data hungry, feeding the large language models or small language models, ability to drive energy efficiency, ability to make smart cities, drive smart buildings, smart campuses, it's everywhere. And that train, I think, is moving very fast.
So
and we believe that we are one of the leaders driving that transformation for our clients.
That's what we're going to hear. What is the role of Infosys in Saudi Arabia? You're still, I guess, one of the big players as well in Saudi Arabia, like all over the world, right? How do you foresee the future of Saudi Arabia with AI?
I think very exciting. The level of adoption is increasing, and the complexity and scale is increasing. We also believe that the regulations will catch up. We have built models in the entire value chain. So starting from generation, storage, to distribution, to energy efficiency, all of it has been, and we have trained models. We're working with partners. We're working with the cloud providers, and we believe that the future is bright in this area.
Amazing. Thank you very much, Dash.
Thank you, Rafa.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
Rafaela and Ashish, thank you so much for that fascinating deep dive into the acceleration towards net zero and how AI can progress that. So we're going to return to ethics and focus on AI and creativity and examine what the future will hold for human imagination in an AI world. Now, we touched on this a little bit earlier in one of the panels. The question was raised about whether the potential humanoid robots of the future will be created in one image, and the worry that there won't be enough diversity within the mix. So in an age where artificial intelligence shapes our understanding of the world, how can we ensure that the technology really does represent the diverse human experience? This is a huge question, of course. How can AI be designed not to limit our talents, but to foster creativity and really enhance the human experience, while at the same time respecting, of course, ethical standards in this really rapidly evolving landscape? So these are big questions, and I'm very pleased to say we have a true expert who is going to help answer them. So please do welcome Michael Spranger, who's the president of Sony AI. Welcome, Michael.
Thanks. Good afternoon. Thanks so much for inviting me to this incredible event. I already had really nice talks and learned a lot. So I'm going to talk about Sony and Sony AI, which is an organization that I lead, which is really a strategic R&D unit for Sony. Now, you might think of Sony as an electronics company, and we still are, but it's actually only 10 to 15% of the revenue of the company today. In fact, Sony today is actually an entertainment company. More than 60% of the revenue comes from three areas. brand, lots of the movies that we watch coming out of Sony. And then Sony Music, which is actually the second largest music publisher in the world. So really 60% of the company today, of the value of the company, is coming from entertainment. Still have electronics, but we also have a very strong semiconductor arm, which is producing CMOS image sensors, actually the market leader in that space. And so when we think about AI for the whole group, what we're really interested in is bringing technology that helps creators across gaming, pictures, music, but also semiconductor to help them achieve their dreams faster. Across music, sound effects, 3D, video generation. We have a very strong imaging and sensing team focusing specifically on the chip side and the development of chips. And then we have some projects which are more far-reaching in robotics and scientific discovery, where again we feel like AI can be a great creator-centric approach to AI. We have to put the creators first. We are going to work with them on what they need rather than thinking just about the technology. And therefore, we have a very strong AI ethics team that's specifically also focusing on developing this technology responsibly. Here's some of the things that we're working on. We have an AI ethics leadership benchmark that we published. I'm going to talk a little bit about that. We have many state-of-the-art generative models across many of the domains that we're interested in. We work on computer vision and chip design, so that's the middle row. And of course, entertainment is really about bringing content from particular areas of the world, from local to global. And so we have really strong interest in, for instance, automated subbing and dubbing system. And there's another project I really want to talk about mostly today, which is Gran Turismo Sophy. But before I go there, let me talk a little bit about some of the work that we're doing in ethics and just give you one of the examples of how we think about that. And so one of the things that we developed recently, actually, is we designed a novel, multidimensional measure for skin color, which actually expanded the range of how people measure diversity in AI datasets and AI models, capturing more of the diversity of the world and revealing biases and thereby making these systems that we're developing every day much more robust and working for everybody across the world. And this is an example of the work that we do that is actually public and open source, and where we're trying to bring the whole community, not just Sony, to a better standard of developing AI models and AI datasets. Now, the main topic of today's talk is going to be Gran Turismo Sophy. And that's one example where we've worked extremely closely with some of the best game developers in the world, specifically the ones that are doing Gran Turismo, which is a racing game, 25-year franchise in PlayStation. And we built a racing agent that learned to drive in the game, became superhuman, and ultimately now is also part of the game itself. And it was such a big breakthrough for us that it actually made it on the cover of Nature. But before I go into more details, I'm just going to play a quick video for you.
There's very few places where you can go out and say, I'm going to build an AI and I'm going to make it truly superhuman.
We're going to create artificial intelligence that will unleash the power of the human creativity and imagination.
Gran Turismo Sophy is a super exciting project. It's an amazing AI research and development activity.
There are many racing games where the physics is half done, but in Gran Turismo, that racing sensation that the players get, that's really at the core of the game.
このなんか車文化、車という存在をもう丸ごとビデオゲームの中にこう再現したいなと思ったんですね。
Because of the realism of the game, it is actually very difficult to program agents.
We spent a lot of time trying to figure out what things we needed to change in order to get that superhuman performance.
Why are we building this GT Sophy agent?
This is not just a technical breakthrough project. It really is about bringing AI into the hands of the game developers who are going to build the new experiences for the players.
本当にすごいアグレッシブで、これからもっと一緒にレースしていきたいなっていうふうに思いましたね。
All right, so let me tell you about this breakthrough. So the first thing I'm going to tell you about is why this is really a physical simulation of racing. The cars that are represented in the game are developed together with the car manufacturers, Ferrari, Porsche, and so on, to really capture the physics of these cars in the simulation. Now, so the agent has to learn to drive those cars and has to learn to drive them very fast. But it's, of course, not alone on the track, right? And so there are other drivers that are going to interact with the agent. So the agent has to learn, for instance, when the physics changes again, if you're behind the car, obviously slipstream is going to increase your top speed, but change your braking zones. And so the agent has to learn how to interact with that, and also has to learn to anticipate actions of the opponent. The third reason why and that's tactics. And the third reason why it's interesting is sportsmanship. So Yamauchi-san, the creator of the game, really wants to recreate the sensation of racing. So it's not about demolition derby. It's not about just crashing into other cars. And racing is this really subtle, I would almost call it a dance between cooperation and competition, right? So you can't just crash into other cars, but at the same time, you're trying to drive aggressively in order to win. And those three things together made it that this hasn't happened before in AI, and that this was a recognized breakthrough in nature. Now, how do we do this? We use a technique called reinforcement learning, which you may have heard in the context of large language models, but it's also really useful to train physical or simulated physical agents like GT Sophy. And so GT Sophy is a reinforcement learning agent. It's an AI agent that learns to drive in the game from scratch by purely observing the world. It gets essentially signals that are similar to an autonomous car, and we can also show that we can do that from vision, and then takes actions that obviously change the world, and then it gets a reward signal, which is telling it whether it's doing well, whether it's getting better, or whether it's kind of falling behind. And obviously, going around the track fast, overtaking other cars, but also not crashing into other cars, those are all things that help shape the agent's policy, its agent's decision-making, to make it better over time. Now, one of the key things for this agent is that it has to have a lot of experiences. So I mentioned basically the agent is born into the world, doesn't know anything about racing, and then has to learn to drive, and has to learn to keep the car on the track, has to learn to go faster and faster, and ultimately superhuman, and also learn to interact with many different types of opponents. And so we're fortunate enough to train this agent across PlayStation hardware, which of course we have a lot of, together with Sony Interactive Entertainment, which is running PlayStation Now. So we have this massive scale infrastructure in order to train that agent against many, many versions and simulations of the game. And then, of course, the game is GT Sport, so that's one of the versions of Gran Turismo that we use here to train. And then we develop novel reinforcement learning techniques on top in order to make all of this happen at scale. Now, we tested this agent originally in 3 car track combinations to really make sure that the agent doesn't just learn one way of driving, but many kinds of ways of driving across many different types of circuits and cars. And so the race 1 was Dragon Trail Seaside with the Mercedes AMG. That's a very short touch and go kind of track. The middle track, race 2, was on a track called Lago Maggiore with a Porsche 911. And that track is really interesting because it has a lot of ups and downs. So it changes the physics of the car a lot. And then finally, we raced in a concept car, which actually is very difficult to drive. So I can't drive that. It's very, very flaky. It's very, very fast and very, very subtle. And that was done on the Circuit de la Sarthe, which you may know from Le Mans, which is where the 24 Hours of Le Mans race is happening. And we raced against the top drivers in Gran Turismo. These are a bunch of kids that are training multiple hours per day to really be at the top of their game. And some of them, not the ones on the slide, but some of them actually became real racing drivers. So you might know a movie called Gran Turismo, which came out last year, which details the story of a racing driver that actually made it from simulation to real-world successful racing driver within 3 months of training. So that tells you something about the physical realism of the game. All right, so we did a few races. The first one actually we lost. The second one we then basically crushed our opponents. So we came back and made a few changes in order to actually win. So that's how we proved the technology. But the thing I really want to stress here is this impact that this technology can have, not just on the creator of games, but also on the players of games. And so I'm going to focus on Emily Jones on the right here, who's actually using the AI now to improve her own performance in the game by watching when the agent breaks, how it takes particular curves, and learning from that in order to become better. Now, this is an example of one of the races. And one of the cars is AI, the other one is a human car. And I challenge you to tell me what the difference is, and I assume you can't. The gray car is actually the AI car, and the white car is the human. But you can see this sort of interaction between the AI and the human on track in an actual racing, obviously simulation environment. And this is basically what we're looking for, right? We're looking for interesting races that create excitement and fun and experiences. Now, we can do more. We can not just train the agent to be superhuman and really, really fast. We can also train it to do cool stuff like drifting. And this is really impressive for the people who are playing this game. Very difficult for humans to achieve. But basically, here, the reward that the agent gets is slightly different. It's something about like making progress on track and using as much of the tire as possible. Now, finally, it was a technology breakthrough that was really catering to the best players in the world. But that's not where we would like to start. We would like to make this technology available to all of the players of Gran Turismo. And that's what we did. So now Gran Turismo Sophy, in various versions of complexity and also performance, is actually a real part of the game. And it's part of the story of the game, and it's part of the history of Gran Turismo, and how it is, catering to racing enthusiasts across the world. And so this is the launch trailer for the game. Now I'm going to finish on a really important aspect of the story, which is that this whole project started with and also was driven by a key person here, and that is the CEO of Polyphony Digital. So this is the person, Kazunori Yamauchi-san, who has this dream of bringing racing into simulation, into the interaction with players on the PlayStation platform. And so for him, this was really what we were doing together with him, is building this technology, building the experience, building the racing experience for the top players, but also then changing that into making it available to all sorts of people across the world through releasing it in the game. And what's important here is that we didn't have the technology and then looked for a solution or for a way to bring it to the world, but actually the whole project, from inception to execution to actually bringing things to the game, was designed by him together with him. He thinks of this agent as being a core contribution, as sort of the future of racing, right? And I'll give you one example of this. If you are a top racer in Gran Turismo, then there are probably like 10 or 15 people in the world that are at the same level as you are. And with this agent that we can train to do race in many, many different ways across different types of experiences, different types of personalities almost, how this agent can interact, we bring new experiences to the game developers, but more importantly to the players of the game, who can now race against that AI and learn from many, many different versions at that top level of performance in order to become better themselves. And this is the thing that I showed you earlier with Emily Jones, who uses the agent now to learn for her own performance, her own athletic performance in the game. And so that's a really important part of how we think about developing this technology. And so I gave you two examples today. One is I talked about some of the work that we're doing in AI ethics for improving the overall quality of data sets and AI models by making them more diverse. And that's very important work. But in many ways, I think even more important is finding trailblazers in the industry that see a potential for AI to develop their own vision, and then linking into that in order to really create that transformative power that we're looking for in the technology. And so that's kind of the story I wanted to tell you today. Obviously, for Sony AI, we have many other stories that we could tell, and maybe hopefully we can tell some of those in the future as we keep progressing through the projects that we're doing in gaming and interactive agents, generative AI, or AI in general that helps creators to create better games, pictures, and also music, and some of the work that we're doing with scientific creators around scientific discovery. Again, important point here is that we always start from the people that are in the domain, working with the people in the domain to understand exactly what they need from the technology, and then looking for the ways that the technology can help shape and implement the dreams of people across the world. Thanks very much. Sorry, it was a bit short.
That was great. Thank you so much. Really great insights there into all of the concepts behind the agents and that whole learning experience, and really how that can be translated as well to other industries. Really fascinating stuff. So thank you very much, Michael Sprangler, for your time. Now, with such fast-moving technology and regulation, governance is having to play catch-up, isn't it? With powerful private entities driving the AI industry and governments worldwide really divided on regulation approaches, as we've heard in earlier panels here today, is it really feasible to hope and expect that the international community really will be able to put forward and achieve a cohesive strategy for governing AI for humanity? There are very, very big questions to answer here, and not least in the realm of defense as well. How can we bridge the AI divide, and will the world really be able to reunite? I'm pleased to say that we have a really great duo due to be coming on stage to talk about this. You've already met Isabel Kumar. She's the Euronews anchor. She's been hosting a few panels previously. And so she's going to really give us the deep dive into this subject and try and answer some of these really thorny questions that really the world does need answers to pretty soon, because technology is emerging and evolving so quickly that regulators are finding it very hard to catch up. So please welcome Isabel Kumar.
Hello again. So, Susanna was alluding to this. There is no globally ratified AI governance framework to speak of, basically. Rules are fragmented across countries.
You used the old picture, I changed it.
And at best across regions like the EU. Even though the challenges that AI poses, from equity, safety, to ethics, environmental, access, data protection, to military, impact us all. But even if there were consensus, agreeing to the principle of global regulation, how on earth do you build a set of rules that are going to stay relevant to something that is evolving so fast and so unpredictably? This is a really complex picture, as you can gather. We've only got 25 minutes to discuss this, so I'm going to invite an expert to help us understand all of this. She is a powerful voice on the subject, and that is Angela Kane. She is the Vice President of the International Institute for Peace and a former UN High Representative for Disarmament Affairs. Please give her a very warm hand to welcome her.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
So let's get straight into this, Angela. Why do we need a global pact on AI governance? Do we need one?
I think it is going to be very difficult to actually say that we do need a global pact on global governance. But on the other hand, I do think that we need some regulations that should be delineated on a global scale rather than on an individual scale, either by region or by industry or by groups of people who want to take their own initiative, because nothing should be not everything should be coordinated in that sense, and I think that's why it is important that a global institution, a multilateral institution like the UN comes in. I wanted to give you an example, and that is I started the website for the United Nations eons ago, and it was very interesting because it was a great effort, it was very widely applauded. And then I tried to impose regulations on the site of this website. You know, who has the uppermost tier? You know, who gets other ways of cooperating at a different level? It took about a year to do that, and by the time that we had regulations, it was so outdated that basically they were nowhere. And that, I think, is a situation that we're facing today, meaning that we have some regulations, voluntary ones, but very few that are actually mandatory. And by the time that we catch up, they are probably going to be outdated already.
Okay, so that's a bit of a stark picture of what we've got to deal with. But if you were to pinpoint some of the most urgent challenges that you think we do need some consensus on to kind of deal with, what would those challenges be?
Well, part of the challenge is that global governance regulations or government regulation really does not apply, because we're talking about an industry that is private. And so private industry has very different views of what should happen than governments do. And so governments have been very, very slow to respond to this challenge, because AI has now given agency to individuals. And you know, everyone uses it. It's everywhere. We cannot escape it anymore. And I don't see comprehensive and coordinated regulations that governments actually adopt. Because what do you have in governments? You have AI in governments, maybe in some ministries, maybe you have it in the military, but on the other hand, it is not coordinated across governments either. So that's the biggest challenge that you have, that government does not respond adequately to these challenges that AI presents right now. And that multiplies over other governments. So if one government doesn't coordinate it, then how do you organize it as a government with others?
So this is kind of a multi-layered problem then, because you evoked just earlier the kind of rapid change and the evolution of AI, AGI. So just to kind of extrapolate from what you were saying, you would say it is impossible from what you're seeing now to actually even if there were that coordination, to have a set of rules that could be applied.
Well, I think if you just think about 2.5 years back when you had ChatGPT, I mean, no one could have foreseen that. And the developments are so fantastically fast that how do you actually deal with that? By the time that you catch up with the developments and try to regulate them, there's already a new development there, so it supersedes it, and that is part of the problem. But what you also have is that when you look at these challenges, you have polarization, yes, particularly in the developed countries, particularly in the three biggies, if I can call it that. I mean, US and China, for example, maybe Russia, we don't really know what's exactly going on there. But on the other hand, if you have governments who are mistrusting each other, and that is particularly the situation we have today in geopolitics, then how do you actually coordinate and how do you actually agree on regulating and technology that is so incredibly important right now?
So that polarization, we're seeing it in the UN. How then could there be a body, if we're looking at the UN as a body that could potentially provide a framework for governance, how could a body like the UN take that on board? Is the UN the right body to do that?
Well, what I see in the United Nations, among the member states, and there are 193 of them, that basically the Global South feels very much left out of these decisions, and also of the technology. It affects these countries, but they are not party to developing it, or they're not party to discussing it. And also they're saying, where are we in this debate? I mean, AI is based on data, AI is based on inputs, and that input comes primarily from the developed countries, from the north. It does not come from the south. So they're saying, where are we in this discussion? And basically they feel that they're hostages to something that is being developed outside, yet they're very much consumers of that technology because their population is. So they want to have a hand and they want to have an influence on exactly how is this technology regulated, but also how is our input and how are we also benefiting from it. And that brings me to another challenge, that is that technology companies are private. They're not there to benefit other countries. They're not there to benefit other peoples. They're basically regulated by maybe their stock account, and so they are not doing something that is beneficial or philanthropic, but they are there to basically maximize their input and then maximize their income. And that's something, again, that's very difficult.
When you were just talking about the UN, Angela, I was just thinking about something. You're talking about the countries in the driving seat at the UN. Do you see, you who work so closely within these international bodies, do you see a willingness by those in the driving seat to bring in the global south, bring in those countries that are being left out looking in?
Well, you know, they do, and I'm looking at one specific example. I remember that in 2020, so that's now a number of years ago, the Secretary General Guterres had the idea of having a global AI view, if I can call it that. And that is basically by, you know, he had a panel that was put together and they came up, but it was all about access to the global south. It was not about the more important problems right now of how do you deal with the technology. But the United Nations is an organization of sovereign member states. They're not there to deal with private industry. They haven't dealt with private industry. And that's something that is very glaringly obvious right now. Last year, there was a Summit for the Future that you might have heard about. And part of the Summit for the Future, they adopted a global digital compact. Now, that was an agreement that was made by 193 states by consensus. And that global digital compact obliges everyone to implement 6 of the measures that they had agreed on. One of them deals with actually data input. But the problem is there's no monitoring, there's no penalty. So you have agreed to it, but then who's going to make sure that it actually happens? That is one of the difficulties. And let me mention another aspect that I find important is, of course, who represents the countries at the United Nations? Diplomats, ministers, people who are very high-ranking in government and who can influence government, but they're not necessarily AI experts. So I think there has to be also a certain learning curve and an understanding of what's happening in private industry, in technology, in order to inform the people who are representing their countries at the UN.
So do you think we need like a new entity to be created? There's been talk of creating something like the IPCC that monitors climate change to apply only to AI. So maybe putting experts in there. But then I guess you'd always still have the problem that you can't govern, you can't basically regulate private industry from there. But would that be, you know, I'm beginning to get the picture here. That will be one of the stumbling blocks as well.
That is very true. I mean, basically, private industry can only be regulated by governments, but it cannot be done, and that has to be done on an individual basis. You can't ask 193 governments to all implement the same thing, which is why I think it's very, very difficult to actually come to something like a global governance AI regulation. But let me come back to the IPCC, because I know it's been mentioned a number of times that one should have an IPCC for AI. In a way, the thought behind it is good, but let's talk about what is IPCC. It is basically a point in time where you assess what has happened in climate change, what has happened with the environment. So it's a factual assessment. And my idea is, in that particular case, in the AI, by the time you've made this factual assessment, the technology has already moved on. So how do you actually keep track of it? You would have to have one like every month maybe, or every 6 months, and that's simply not possible. And there's also been talk about, how about if you have a treaty, you know, on AI? So basically you make that. And so the comparison was, for example, on the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. Well, again, it's a good thought, but you cannot really, you can't compare the two. It's very different. Because the Non-Proliferation Treaty, for example, is to eliminate nuclear weapons or to limit their numbers. So what you're counting is the numbers of nuclear weapons. You don't control the technology. And when it comes to the technology of nuclear weapons, that's remained static. It's not evolved. So it's basically just a flat, you know, equation that you have. And the other problem that you have is with nuclear weapons, they're made of steel and, you know, certain various components that are also static. I mean, with technology, you can have technology and you can put it on a USB stick and you can plug it in somewhere, and then basically you've got another phenomenon that's coming up.
So is there no solution? Is self-regulation a possibility? If there can be no treaty, if there can be no kind of global governance because we're not seeing the coordination between states, because you can't regulate kind of private entities, where does the answer lie? Should it be self-regulation?
You know, it's very interesting because the UN has basically used this issue to also bring nations closer together, to sort of say, we have a problem here that divides our world, and what can you actually do to overcome it? And I think this Global Digital Impact was a very good initiative to that, and it's not going to stay there. It's going to be continued to be developed, it's going to be continued to have input, and I would basically urge, particularly the Global South, to say, we need to do more on this. We need to make more demands. And let me go back one issue, and that is that you all know about the Sustainable Development Program. That is supposed to be concluded by 2030. When it was created, AI was nowhere on the horizon for that particular endeavor. I think it should very much be included in that, because that's a commitment, particularly from the Global North, to help the Global South also implement certain initiatives and achieve certain goals and deadlines. Now, I know we've lost time on that, particularly because of the global pandemic, but it is a time to catch up and to rethink. One shouldn't be stuck with examples or with promises that were made maybe 10, 20 years ago, but one should adapt them. And I think that unfortunately the UN is not always very good at adapting things. You know, you have to move with the flow, you have to see what the developments are, and then say, what can you actually do to improve it? And so I think AI should be incorporated into the Sustainable Development Goals to say, we need to do better to actually, do that. And I think that that's really very important.
Yeah, well, one thing that I've often heard is actually that the SDGs could provide a sort of framework for an AI framework, because those principles are valid throughout a lot of what's going on in AI. But something that made me think of, that you were saying, you're talking about the UN not moving fast. Another body that doesn't move very fast, you probably all know here, and you probably laugh about it, is the EU. The EU is unbelievably slow when it comes to kind of making any progress, except when it came to the AI Act, and that was a game changer and is often used as a benchmark for other regulation. But conversely, there's arguments against that it's going to stifle innovation. So are rules and regulations like those proposed by the EU that are within the EU AI Act a possible way forward for other regions to implement something similar?
Well, I think the EU is an interesting case. First of all, because it's the first case which brings together several countries to agree on a norm and to agree on regulations that they adopted. I think that's a first. But does anyone want to copy that? At this point, I frankly don't think so.
I don't think so.
So, I think it's being seen as something that is very limiting, particularly for the AI sector, and that's being increasingly recognized even in the EU, because if you read the papers, and I live in the European Union, if you read the papers and if you listen to people talking about it, they feel it is stifling the competition. That's very important. And the other aspect is for the EU, what is important to the EU is human rights, is transparency, it's the right to privacy. And so those are things that are to them very important. That is not important to many other countries. Let's be honest about that. And that is, again, something that would impede others from wanting to adhere to those regulations that were adopted. But on the other hand, the EU has also done something that I find is pretty incredible, because it is all about its digital taxation. And that means it's money. The EU wants to tax actually large AI companies, those that are making over $750 million a year, so it's not a chump change budget. But on the other hand, that's a fight about money. That's not a fight that the UN, for example, would do. But on the other hand, it's with the now President Trump in the US, I think this is going to be a fight that's going to be very nasty. But when I look at the EU Act, which after all was only accepted last year, that is basically a classification according to risk. And that has 8 categories, and it prohibits unacceptable risk, such as social scoring system, etc., which again comes through the privacy, transparency, and the human rights aspect of all of this. And so that is an agreement on some aspects of AI that ought to be regulated, and I think that that is important. And that should be taken note of in other countries. And I don't feel it has really percolated that much already in other countries. But what would be important in my mind is that we should have really an inventory of measures or of technology achievements, if I can call it that, that we should prohibit. And I'm thinking, for example, of deepfakes, or thinking about invasion and electricity, misinformation. There should be a list of issues that we really don't want to see in AI. It is easier to take this on a piece-by-piece basis and forbid it, rather than sort of saying, we'll take the whole AI pie and we'll forbid.
Okay, let's delve into that then. So you talked about some of the elements that you think should be kind of integrated into this. Tell us a little bit more about that. What are the key points that you think there could be consensus on?
Well, yeah, I think that when you look at some of the interferences with misinformation, when you think of some of the interferences in elections, if you think about there's certain pornographic aspects, there's certain deepfakes, for example, where someone can simulate someone's language or whatever, I think that that is agreements that everyone has, that this is something we should eliminate. The other agreement that has not been solved one way or another is basically AI in the military.
Yes, and that's a big issue.
And that is a big issue, and that's been debated already for over 10 years now in international fora, and that is the so-called lethal autonomous weapon systems. And there are efforts to actually have the human in the loop. Again, it is not agreed yet. It is basically subject to a committee that deals with government consensus, and there is no consensus, so we haven't really gotten a treaty. That I would like to see a treaty on. It's one aspect that is very influential, and that's become even more influential, and I don't only mean about the war in Ukraine, for example, but now you have the widespread use of drones in the military. Drones don't need a human to steer them. Drones can be steered by an algorithm or by an AI system. But on the other hand, what the drone does, whether it kills or not, that becomes the big question. You don't know that if you see a drone flying overhead. What is its intention? What is it actually meant to do? So that is something that I would very much like to see a regulation on.
Yeah, but given that, as you were saying, the tension in geopolitics we're seeing today, do you think that governments are willing to agree upon the weaponization of AI? Because even the EU has left that out of its EU AI Act.
Again, what we come down to, I'm sorry to say, is money, money, money. And it is a very profitable industry to basically make arms that don't need boots on the ground, but that can be fired by an algorithm, or that can be programmed in a certain way to cause havoc. But on the other hand, this is something that I think needs to be done. What I see very much now is that there is voluntary agreement by some of the companies. There's voluntary agreement by some of the meetings that I've had. Like, for example, last year in September, I think it was, there was a meeting in Venice where there was concern by influential scientists, some of the inventors of some of the technology that we see today, to say, yes, there should be a kill switch, as they called it. What I see on the other hand is that rather than having regulation, President Biden had an executive order, for example, towards the same extent. You, as a company, have to notify the government when there is a danger involved in terms of certain algorithms. But executive orders are not law. They can be withdrawn. And the first thing that President Trump did is he did withdraw it. So this is something that is on very unstable footing. And that's something we need to think about. Okay. How can we actually deal with it?
Well, Angela, we've got 2 minutes left, and we've painted a bit of a doom and gloom picture. And, so many challenges. You've proposed some solutions, which is pinpointing issues that there could be agreement on. But just paint for us, just to close off, what success would look like, realistic success in this realm of governance and regulation.
I wish I had a magic wand and say I could make it all go away. But let me tell you, I have 5 basic issues that I think are really important. First, I think we need to listen to the tech leaders. And I remember the first meeting that I participated in was in Asilomar in 2017, where you had 1,200 scientists already signing up to the dangers in tech. Because the tech leaders are warning about the risk, and they are the ones who know best. That is my first one. Second, we have to ask their views as to what is the most important issue that they feel is important to address. What do you think should be addressed as a tech leader? And then third, we have to make data more transparent, and we have to make it more accessible with agreements on open source, on models, and on standards. It's very important to know what's going on. And fourth, we need to cooperate with other countries to agree on objectives and to find common ground on preventing AI risk in particular. And fifth, we need to create an international instrument to negotiate AI regulations, but not an overall regulation, but setting with best standards, best practice, setting guardrails in particular, and establishing robust policies and clear standards. I think that's the best that we can actually hope for. And I think success would really mean progress on 5 of these issues. And again, we cannot, in my opinion, address all of these issues at once.
Yeah, absolutely. But the good news is that when you're talking about those 5 issues, there has been progress already made on those 5 issues. My last thing, 10 seconds. What's your top prediction for 2025?
We're going to be muddling along.
I like that, and it's very honest. A big hand of applause, please, for Angela Kane. Thank you so much for your expertise and your insight.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Okay, well, we're going to continue to muddle on, and I'm going to hand over now to Susanna. Thank you so much, Susanna. And thank you, Angela.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much to Isabel and Angela there. So are we going to be muddling through over the next year? We've certainly got some great advice, a real checklist that we should perhaps all be considering before making these decisions. Will we see an international AI institute set up? We'll just have to see. But certainly there remains lots of issues in terms of governance that are still to be resolved. So we've talked, though, about the potential for cooperation on a global scale and the challenges. But let's focus now on the bilateral relationship in terms of AI cooperation. We're going to look at the future of the US-Saudi relationship when it comes to AI collaboration. And I'm delighted to welcome Steve Lutz onto the stage, who's the Vice President for Middle East Affairs from the US Chamber of Commerce. So do welcome Steve and his panelists.
Right. Well, thank you, Susanna. We really appreciate that. And let me start by saying a special thanks to our host. And I especially want to acknowledge His Excellency Minister Swaha and the incredible team at the Ministry of Communications and IT, as well as Sadaya, which is making this entire DeepFest experience possible. We're very grateful for that. As Susanna mentioned, my name is Steve Lutz from the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. We're not part of the U.S. government. We represent the U.S. private sector, and we're the world's largest business advocacy organization, working with over 3 million American companies. And I do want to mention that in the international division, we cover the globe, and we work with governments around the world. And Saudi Arabia, believe it or not, is the largest program in the Middle East, which shouldn't be a surprise. But it's our second largest program, measured by a number of different ways around the entire globe. Only India is ahead of us, bigger than everything in Europe, South America, everywhere else. So we're very proud of that fact. And I'm going to get to this very esteemed panel and our topic, collaboration in AI, the future of the U.S.-Saudi relationship. But I first just want to say, to set some context, that we obviously have a long and rich history between our countries. But I think it's true to say that AI is quickly becoming the cornerstone of the future of the U.S.-Saudi relationship, and American and the Saudi private sector are really at the forefront of it. As AI develops, both the United States and Saudi Arabia will need to delve into how business and government can come together to harness AI, work together to drive innovation, economic growth, and technological leadership, not just for our two countries, but around the globe. And when you think about the enormous and transformative potential of AI in strengthening bilateral ties and shaping our collaborative future, we're very excited to have this panel to focus on how both nations can work together to foster more partnership in research and innovation, align on regulatory frameworks, address the shared challenges, and then just really fuel an exciting future together. I also just want to mention before we start this discussion that here at LEAP, the U.S. Chamber, in cooperation with our partners at AmCham Saudi and Access Partnership, are releasing a white paper looking at how to unlock the potential of AI in Saudi Arabia. And we're very excited as we outline what we think are some actionable solutions and key recommendations to really accelerate that potential. But let's get to it. And like I mentioned, we really do have an all-star lineup today. I'm going to do brief introductions so we can spend most of our time in conversation. But I'm joined by Yasser Al-Said, the Vice President and Head of AWS Solutions IoT at AWS. And Yasser, I know you've got a career spanning over 3 decades in the industry, in semiconductors, cloud, and wireless industries. Lothar Renier, the Managing Director of Cisco Security for the EMEA region at Cisco. 20 years plus experience at Cisco, a lot of knowledge and expertise across a lot of different markets to help us delve into this topic. And Mohammed Own, the CEO of Masterworks, rounding out this panel, bringing the Saudi perspective. I'm very excited for him to share the narrative, the story of Masterworks, where they've come from and where they're going. Panel, to get us started, I want to help frame this larger discussion, and it builds on discussions that have been helping earlier today. I want to come to each of you. If you could share with us, and we'll start with you, Yasser, where you see the most significant opportunities for U.S.-Saudi collaboration in AI and how business can leverage this potential strengths to drive more innovation.
Thank you, Steve. So, assalamu alaikum. So I think the potential, as you mentioned, the Saudi-American historical collaboration in many verticals have established a trust relationship that the companies, whether it's public sector or private sector, can depend on helping each other. And I think there is significant opportunity for the Saudi private sector, small and medium, as well as public sector, to get into areas where only in Saudi Arabia you can actually have expertise in the best way possible. And we'll get later on to why is that. So if you think about energy, if you think about water, like vegetation, basically, plantation, and you think about crowd control. So nowhere in the world you will have a guaranteed industry that will draw at least 20 million people a year until doomsday, which is the Hajj and Ziyarah of Medina. So if you think about any industry in the world that is guaranteed until the earth is done, that will have a 20 million a year minimum, and probably it's going to grow, because the last time I checked, is the most growing religion in the world is Islam. So you'll have more even, and the infrastructure that changed over the years will withstand that. So this specialty allow the Saudi businesses, Saudi entrepreneurs, to actually focus on areas that they can be best at. If you think about the water, the farming, that industry, if you have the right research and the right technology in Saudi Arabia, it will be the best in the world, because that if it succeeded here and people will really understand the value of water, it will be applicable to all of the world. So it's not only for the Saudis, but it's also for the international market as well. So if we've just looked at what the United States of America have technologies in the 3 areas, the energy, which of course Aramco is the greatest in the world in the oil industry, and also the petrochemicals, and then the water, basically, and then the crowd control, or let's call it smart city. It's many vertical under that, which is part of the pilgrimage. I think these three areas, the two countries can really work well together with that.
That's very interesting to hear you. While they stand alone as their own verticals, there's a lot of integration across all of those. So that's a very interesting perspective. Lothar, same question. Where do you see the most potential opportunity for this bilateral effort going forward?
So I think let's take a little bit of a different angle, because if you look at Saudi and the kingdom, it's incredible how tech-friendly that nation is. The aim to grow, to develop, to become leading in all kinds of the industries, down from the government down, supported by the king, and that's incredible. It's very rare around the globe to see this almost enthusiasm in a nation, and that compared with the ability to execute and to attract talent to come to Saudi and support the growth of the kingdom, along with the tech side from America, is a ideal combination, and I think it's a benefit for both in all different manners, whether it's economic, education, prosperity, health, you name it.
It is very interesting to hear you talk about that nexus. What is really making the kingdom special? Mm-hmm. And you have the vision, you have the finance, and you definitely have the will.
Yes.
And that is incredible. And like you said, that's a rare thing to find when you visit markets around the globe. And then you combine that with the different verticals and the unique nature of what's cooking here in the kingdom. Yes. It's very interesting. Mohammed, coming to you, same question. Obviously, Masterworks, Saudi company. Where do you see this potential, the greatest opportunity for the U.S.-Saudi collaboration in AI going forward?
Thank you very much. As you said, maybe since 2016-17, Saudi Arabia invested a lot into the digital infrastructure to enable what we are seeing today from evolving in the AI. I think one of the largest projects that can be enabling the AI use case between the Saudi company and US company, it's NEOM. So it's a state of art, what NEOM they are trying to do as a futuristic city serving the mobility. However, I think today there is also a lot of challenge that where the US and Saudi companies can work together to accelerate the execution of that one. When it's come to the ethical of the AI itself, when it's come to the use case and the regulation and working with the sandbox, with the regulator into the sandbox itself, this is a kind of collaboration that which I think will speed up the process of implementing AI in Saudi Arabia. Maybe His Excellency mentioned one of the largest execution of heart surgery through robotics in King Faisal Specialist Hospital, which is purely about AI and how the AI robotics implement that surgery. Those kind of investment where Saudi Arabia is supporting investing in AI through the Vision 2030, it needs to be the base of the collaboration between the US and Saudi company.
You know, a lot there from all of you, but I would say, Mohammed, picking up on that, another vertical, an important one, healthcare for sure, and very interesting that the virtual hospital here as well. And then I think something key that you hit on, that Yasser mentioned as well, you said it without saying it, is the trust factor. There's a lot of history between our countries, and as you go forward, Saudi companies, American companies bringing things to the table, creating these new partnerships and innovating and learning from one another on the ethical AI, that there is that trust built into the relationship, and that's going to be part of the foundation going forward. Pivoting, so we kind of explored the opportunity side, and I think you all had different, but again, kind of interweaving together outlooks and dynamics. I want to flip it over, though, where you see the challenges. So when we do look at the shared relationship between U.S. and Saudi Arabia, and as we're looking to try to get the adoption of AI, and we're looking at areas like data privacy, ethical concerns, the workforce. Where do you see the most roadblocks or the challenges, to that, furtherance of our relationship, and any thoughts on how we collaboratively work to find those solutions? And I'm going to start with Lothar on this one, and then we'll go Mohammed and come back to Yasser.
So I think on the AI piece, I think there's a few. One what we call shadow AI. When the employees start to use AI tools, which are maybe not in line what the company wants to do to control the data that is getting exposed. Because everything that you expose on any AI tool gets stored there and can be retrieved from other sources. So I think making sure that no intellectual property gets exposed is a big topic across every customer I meet today. The number one concern is how can I make sure that my company intellectual property that doesn't get exposed, and how do I control it? So on the one side you have the massive benefit of AI in different elements, but how do I control the shadow AI? I think that's one of the things. And then when you have your own AI models, how do you make sure that this model stays clean and not gets manipulated in any way or misused?
Very interesting, and I'm sure given your role at Cisco, overseeing security across the EMEA, you would have a lot of thoughts if we could really go deep on that, but it's such an important, critical topic.
Right.
Yes, we want to be able to collaborate and share, but being able to have confidence, knowing that your data, your models are secure, are absolutely vital.
Right. Because in addition, what I see, we always do what kind of studies, and two things, and that's very interesting. We have an AI readiness index, and in average, we had 46% of the global companies felt that they're ready for AI. The kingdom, it's 70%. So 70% said we have an AI strategy in place.
Wow.
That's far beyond the Middle East and even much further beyond the global. So there's a huge interest, right, in driving AI. But the question is how, and how do I secure AI? And that's a very, very big topic, because also you want to make sure that it's compliant with the country, compliant with the regulations, compliant with your own enterprise rules. And that's, I would say, the biggest concern. But at the same time, every organization, every executive is pressured to come up with an AI strategy. We have countries where they say they only have 12 to 18 months for an organization to have an AI strategy in place. Otherwise, they feel their business will be negatively impacted by not executing with an AI strategy. So that's this balance you have to make.
Interesting dynamic. It is interesting to hear you quote that statistic, because I think that just speaks to the enthusiasm, the eagerness, the willingness, and to be the early adopter and leader. Very, very interesting. Mohammed, same question to you. Again, talked about some on the opportunity side, but where do you see the challenges, and any thoughts on how to work through those together?
Yeah. So I think one of the biggest challenges that we are facing today, which is the workforce itself, and enabling that workforce in understanding or work in AI. And I think we need to calibrate into how to exchange the workforce in AI between different countries, along with the adoption of the AI itself. Today, a lot of organizations, they want to go into the AI, but the biggest challenge, what's the business use case? What's the ROI into that use case? And what's the TCO that we need, the total cost of ownership of that use case? And I want to mention here that maybe a joint effort between the research centers between two countries would accelerate that also investment. Today we have CAUS, we have Sedaya, all of them, they are working in research. How can we connect the institution between two countries to enable more AI resources to guide the organization how to adopt the AI and work with the security part of the AI and to unleash the potential of that AI.
That is workforce upskilling, it's an absolutely critical point. And I want to go to Yasser to finish this out, but then I do want to come to both Cisco and AWS, because I think one thing that we've learned at the Chamber, a lot of American companies, they're doing internships, they're doing centers of excellence, they're doing a lot of efforts here in the kingdom to bring that talent into their companies, but also not necessarily into the companies, but also train them up and let them go about out into the kingdom for the greater good as well. And I think there's a lot of interest and potential there, Mohammed, in what you talked about in terms of collaboration between academia, outside of the pure business community as well. And another one I would mention is RDIA, in addition to MCIT and CAUS, having that cohesive effort to engage, the American kind of research expertise would be very interesting. But Yasser, before we maybe revisit the skilling, coming to you on where you see the key challenges are.
So do you want me to combine the two sections together?
You're most welcome to.
Okay, so I speak one time and then I will stop talking. Okay.
One and done,
All
yes.
Right. So the best thing to do in a growing society, in a fast-growing society in certain area, is to start from where the rest have finished or where the others are. And you see some industries in the world, like let's take the electric cars. If you see some companies, I'm not going to say any company's name, so nobody can quote me on that. If you see some companies that have been building cars forever, and they are having challenges going to electric car in the last 2-3 years, while companies who started in the car business 3 years ago is taking the market by storm. There is a key element here that I would like everybody to kind of think about it, especially in a growing society, which I think Saudi Arabia is a perfect example. By the way, I grew up in Riyadh in the 60s, 70s. I left the 80s, and I came back after 30 years in 2019 just as a visit. I still live in the USA. And the society, there is something in it that didn't change. Take that challenge and want to be the best at it. That is a unique limit that you can see it everywhere. Even students in the USA, the Saudi students, they want to be the best, and they want to prove to be actually doing the difficult things to be best at it. So my advice on the challenges, how to address challenges, because there's a lot of technology. There's a lot of technical things already happening. It's already available. Start from where everybody is. Don't reinvent the wheel. And you think people just say that. There is actually efforts that sometimes make a lot of planning and even funding of reinventing the wheel. There's no point in that. So I want to just mention an example. In AWS, people, when the AI things start to happen, and AWS says, for 25 years, we have machine learning. Why would you think the best logistic system in the world for shipping is Amazon globally? Is a lot of machine learning was used, but it's used for our business. And we're good at it. Of course, Amazon is really good at what they do. So when the application levels start to come out, people become really, really enthusiastic to use it. We kind of like, okay, we've been using it for the system. Let's make our platform, because we look at it at 3 levels. There is like infrastructure level on the chipsets and system. There is platform level for the tools like Bedrock. And anyone in the globe that have LLM, any language model, anyone can, if they have access to the GPU power, build a language model. You can bring your language model, put it in Bedrock, and operate it in AWS. What you're going to gain from that, and I'm going to get to the next level of discussion you mentioned. You're going to gain that you can deploy, you can develop your application or your solution on AWS anywhere in the world and sell it anywhere in the world, because you can just deploy it in that. We are in 103 different regions in the world, 33 geographical locations, and 100,000 customers already started with this generative AI on Bedrock. So The best idea to take is like, okay, what do I have uniquely here in Saudi Arabia? We started with the sector of energy, the sector of the the water and so on, and of course the Hajj was an example for smart city and crowd management. But I want to say something about the healthcare. I want to give you an example about the healthcare. Everyone here knows General Electric, GE, and GE have GE Healthcare, one of the largest companies out of the three basically in the world. So GE CTO, Dr. Taha Kashout, he's one of my friends. He's actually Syrian, and he is the CTO of GE. Decided as GE build their LLM on AWS for 30 years of imaging to make a generative AI for diagnostic and suggestive of the medication or something. So imagine 30 years worth of X-rays, ultrasounds, all of that stuff going to be built to have an LLM. I don't know if GE is going to sell it or not. I'm not involved in that. But the point, it will be an LLM for that stuff, 30 years of worth of data, and then for application to be built for immediate answer in seconds of what this anomalies is. يعني إذا في اختلاف بالأنسجة يبين على طول يعطيك الريزلت. So imagine you are building a health sector application in Saudi Arabia. Why don't you say to GE, I would like to make a local application that's using your LLM. Let us start together. So start from where everybody is, and that will be a good point to invest in time. And the last point I want to say about challenges is actually talents. So as much as there are a lot of techies, a lot of amazing students who are studying, and graduate students as well in the high tech, what is needed is the practical knowledge of work, of projects. So the last point that Steve mentioned is like, so what we are doing about the AWS, we have committed out of the, when I announced the region last year, we're going to train 35,000 Saudi and Saudiya to study the cloud software, basically to make cloud solution, 35,000, as well as committed to millions of dollars investment for startups, because we believe the small and medium businesses everywhere in the world are the key for the new technology evolution. And it's really based on the big corporation can provide the platform, the small and medium businesses will provide the innovation. And thank you very much. That's all I want to say.
No, Yasser, very interesting, and I think your point's very well taken. We're here at Leap, so as we say, you leapfrog all the legacy systems, and why not jump right in there with the latest and best? And I don't know if there's anybody from GE Healthcare in the audience, but I'm sure they appreciate the example.
I have a carte blanche. I'm not sure if AWS is here. They will probably tell you what, but that's okay.
And it's amazing to hear what you're doing with the 35K training goal. And as you said, the multiplier effect on that in terms of innovation, investment, the economic activity that's going to come out of that, it's mind-boggling, I'm sure.
Yeah, if you go to the booth, there's interns, AW booth. There will be like a lot of interns from the Saudi universities, a lot of women in science, third year and second year, and so they are actually working with us.
Wow.
Yeah.
Lothar, I did want to give you a chance, if you'd like to jump in on that, the talents, the workforce, and speaking from that Cisco perspective, because again, Mohammed, you raised it, but it's such an important, it's a challenge, but it's also a huge opportunity that is being actively addressed. So I want to give you the chance if you want to impart anything from the Cisco angle on that.
So for us, overall, I would say in the IT space, right, we have a massive shortage of talent and resources. So in Cisco, we started what we call the networking academies many decades ago. Even like in Saudi, we started in the year 2000. We have now over 340,000 students educated in Saudi. Wow. And one thing I wanted to point out, which I think is not, maybe it's for you like not a surprise, but it definitely is a surprise worldwide that the female percentage is extremely high in Saudi. We had almost 40% of the students are female, and that's much higher compared to other countries around the globe. So that's very beneficial because female talents is one thing that we are not gaining enough around the world in that industry. And the other piece is, we believe Cisco has a strong brand in the IT, and by giving an education on the IT, and then also now we include AI, will help them to start their career in that space. And those resources are needed all over. And just the other day, we announced a partnership now with and I have to read it to make sure I say it right, with the King Abdulaziz City for Science and Technology here in the kingdom. We are partnering specifically also on the IPs to bring more certifications out that will help the students in Saudi or beyond.
It is such a compelling story from Cisco, from AWS, many other American companies, and I can't underscore enough how important I think it is that that's going to fuel much of what we're here to talk about, because they'll go out, they'll do what young people do, you'll be entrepreneurs, you'll take risks, you'll start your own companies.
Correct.
And Mohammed, I do want to come to you. I would like to hear a little bit about the Masterworks journey, and then if you can maybe extrapolate that for the Saudi experience. I know the kingdom has made significant investments into the digital economy, but AI specifically as part of Vision 2030. And how are you at Masterworks, and how do you see other Saudi companies leveraging those investments, to foster innovation and try to attract the global partnerships, from the United States, but also just globally?
Yeah, thank you. So Masterworks, we started into the data in 2012. So our NDA coming from the data and using the AI. And in 2017, when we see the movement of the AI, we start invest in our IB for the AI, which is Basir. And we start build from where the people end and reusing the model of computer vision. And the story starts with small issues in airport, in aviation. How can we manage the traffic of the aviation or the service, the ground service about the aviation? And at that time, there is only two companies around the world doing this through computer vision. So our team started developing this through computer vision, reusing the existing model, and then start tailor that model to be specific to something related to our services or to our business in Saudi Arabia. Moving forward, we start build our speech-to-text LLM, reusing existing model from international companies like OpenAI and others. And today we localize all that services or all that platforms to be local, serving the Saudi business. And in 2025, we decide to start go with these services outside Saudi Arabia. And that's what we are looking for. That's because we are trying to be participating in the economic, digital economic. And we leverage Amazon, we leverage the hyperscaler today to be part of their marketplace and serve with a specific use case which is very niche around the world.
That is a great story of growth, and congratulations on dipping your toes into the international waters. And we certainly wish you the best. I know you don't need best wishes. You'll do it, but that is a very exciting moment in time. Yeah. Yasser, I want to come back to you. Looking at the Vision 2030. So, how can U.S. businesses support the Kingdom's Vision 2030 goals through the AI-driven solutions? You've mentioned areas like smart cities, healthcare, energy. Again, where is the key, and where do you see companies like AWS helping to really drive that?
Yeah, so it's not like a secret potion or something that we're going to bring. Basically, what we always share with our customers, the technology that's already proven at scale. So the things about AWS is we focus on the things that we do well: infrastructure, compute, AI, and also the security. Our security is we are very proud to be top security for the data of the customer, of course, and being there for the customer where they are. So we have all these regions around the world. So the way that we approach new venturing businesses or new area for for new technology that need to be developed and deployed is to show examples. So having examples, because of the scale we have, for example, I run, my real job is IoT, so other than speaking outside, especially in the Middle East, in IoT, for example, we have 55,000 customers, we have billions of devices connected real time around the world. And there is unique messages every single day. About 380 million unique messages get broken into different services. There's about 260 services in AWS. So the customer can decide what to do with the data, what to run on the data, what service to use in the data. So what we bring to the, let's say we have a first discussion on prospect business or prospect area of development. If it's in energy, this is what's been happening in energy. And if it's, for example, in medical, this is what's been happening in medical. So to shorten the cycle of discussion and analysis, when you bring examples, it eases up that what would be fitting our environment here, which is the best business that actually we can run and deploy at scale with ROI. Because in the end, everybody needs to make money. It's like there's no charity here. So there are efforts that you actually go all the way in and you just spend the money of the VC. So it happened to be that the VC, this one is flying out, sorry. The VC here is the government mostly. So, but it's the money. So when we want to develop like a plan for some area you want to venture in, if you come to AWS team, we can show you a lot of examples of what's been happening around the world, and you can pick one of them or two, whatever your ambition to dive into and focus on it. Because there's one thing, this is very important, I want to mention it. Every industry so you mentioned I've been 30 years in the technology, which is true. It's really amazing how it goes fast.
I'm not trying to age you.
Yeah, doesn't matter. It gets to the point you don't care. But if you think about every industry, there is a surge in demand, then surge in supply, and then consolidation happen. And the best scenario for the the development company or the startup, the best scenario, either they will be the best will be part of the consolidation, part of the few, or they will be bought out. But the two things need to be, you have to be the best in what you are doing, and you'll be focusing on one or two, the best thing you can do, and you are the best in the world. Example, cell phones. Do you remember when the 2007, well, some of you probably wasn't born by then, but that's okay. Do you remember 2007, some of you, when Apple started the touch screen? Everybody and their cousin opened a smartphone factory, and you have names you never think about before, you didn't hear about it before, and you never hear about it now. There was a time in Asia, because I was in Qualcomm back then, and we were doing like royalties for the QTL, which is basically the CDMA stuff. There was time when the licenses of the 3G back then jumped from literally two in Asia, to 120. Imagine 120 cell phone companies are trying to do cell phones. Where we are now, we are probably 10, 15. But the best one stayed. I wanted to give you an example of Xiaomi. I don't know if you know Xiaomi, you got M5 and whatever. Xiaomi as an example, I'm bringing it as an example, and I apologize for Xiaomi if I talk about them, but Xiaomi started as a small startup in China back in 2010 or something like that. What did they choose to do? Everybody was trying to do smartphone very quickly, touch screen very quickly. They said, okay, everybody can do PCBA, everybody can put Qualcomm chip, everybody can put a camera and LCD. What are we going to do? We're going to machine the body of the actual enclosure. We're going to make it our own design, our own machines, and we're going to be the best at it. Guess where they are now? They are making cars. SU7. I don't know if you saw the car. It's an amazing car. What I mean is focus on something that you really do well and believe in it, continue with it, and then you'll be part of the two. Either become the best of the world or you'll be bought by the best of the world.
Very good. That only brings confidence when you have that example. Lothar, I wanted to come back to you, shifting gears a little bit. in the little bit of time we have left, I wanted to ask, there are many regulatory aspects to have you consider when it comes to AI, and I know Cisco has developed a responsible AI framework. And I would say, building on that fact, how do you see organizations and governments working together, to protect end users and society as a whole?
Right. I think what many people are not really aware is like, how much do I allow the AI to influence my society, right? And I said it earlier, so there's a big noise about DeepSeek currently. And DeepSeek has no controls. So you can put in any question, even so like, tell me how to build a bomb. And DeepSeek will tell you how to build it. Mm-hmm. Is that something that you want in your society? Is it something that you want in your organization? That any kind of question will give you a response. And I think it's really is it more an open source, or is it more like what we called a responsible AI framework? So what is it that a society, a government, and a country and an organization really wants to achieve with AI? Mm-hmm. And we believe that's why we created this framework. Is like, define your ethical framework you want your organization to operate, your society, your country, and then implement.
Such an important question that underpins, and I know it's one that'll be to be continued as governments and private sector grapples with that. Well, I'm going to ask. This is going to be our speed round. And I'm going to come down to you, Mohammed. If you had one message, to give to decision makers in government, again, we're talking about the U.S.-Saudi collaboration, to fuel, to accelerate that collaboration, what would that be?
It's going to be about the regulation and the ethical AI.
Excellent. Lothar?
I would say, if you want to go with AI, go big, but make sure that your infrastructure is ready to consume it.
Infrastructure. Excellent.
Work with your friends. Trust your partners. That's it.
Well, those are very important notes to end on, and I want to thank, and if I can get a round of applause for our panelists.
Thank you.
Mohammed from Masterworks, Lothar from Cisco, Yasser from AWS. I would say, there's so many important takeaways from this, but I think the key thing is when we do look at this future of the U.S.-Saudi collaboration on AI, there's no question that there's a sharing of vision and potential, and I mean both government and private sector. There's absolutely a shared capability to work together and to bring that talent together. And I think we're building, many of you touched on, a historic trust between our countries, our peoples and societies, and our private sectors. So I think hopefully that we all agree we've got a bright future. There's always a lot of work to be done, but it's great to know that there's leaders like yourselves that are at the essence, at the center, that are going to be helping to drive this. So we appreciate you all sharing some really important insights today on a very important topic. And with that, we'll bring this session to a close. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Some top takeaways indeed on really fostering collaboration between nations, between governments. And as the photo is taken, I'd really like to thank Sadaya for really helping bring this panel together and all the discussions that we've seen here today. It certainly is fascinating to see that collaboration in action, and that collaboration not just bilaterally, but as we've heard from other panels, on a global scale as well. Now, certainly we have seen Gen AI developments really hogging the headlines over the past 2 years, and certainly over the past 2 weeks. And we often, though, don't get the full picture, and because of that, amid this torrent of news that we have, it can be rather overwhelming. So I'm now pleased to say we're going to find out what Gen AI is in a nutshell, with a comprehensive overview of the technology and a really big picture understanding of its capabilities. And to do that, I am really delighted to welcome onto the stage Henrik Knieberg, who's the chief scientist and co-founder of inequality. So welcome, Henrik.
Thank you.
That's interesting. I know. Do you know Khaled Fakh?
All right.
Oh, my
really?
God. Oh, my God.
Oh.
I think this is on.
That's not me talking, by the way.
Are you sure? It's on.
I think, yeah.
I'm talking. Yeah.
All right.
I think we need to turn off another microphone from the previous panel. So fire, and we'll get there.
All right. Whoa, that's loud. Okay, how is everybody? You good? Still awake? You look awake. That's good. Great. Cool. I'm here to demystify things a little bit. There's all this talk about Gen AI, and it can get a bit confusing. So let's talk about it. AI is nothing really new, first of all. It's been around for a long time. Terms like machine learning, computer vision, speech recognition, half a century or so. Generative AI is a bit newer. That's when AI is used to create stuff. And LLMs, large language models, that's when it started exploding, because that's when you can start talking to AI like you talk just your own language, a human language. So now anybody could use AI without having to be like a technical person. That kind of made it all explode. So products like ChatGPT, Claude, these started as LLMs, language models where you can just chat. They've grown in scope and become more like generic AI clients where you can do image recognition and speech recognition and all kinds of cool stuff. So I like to think of this using metaphors. One useful metaphor is Einstein, or whatever your favorite collection of geniuses is sitting in your basement, available for you at any time of the day, knows pretty much the sum of all human knowledge, but also has some weirdnesses and some limitations. It's just a metaphor, but a pretty useful one. Another metaphor is intelligence as a service, right? A brain floating in the cloud, you can like an oracle, and you can send questions to it, and it'll answer you. These are ways of looking at it. But one point of confusion that I want to clarify is the thing you might be using, like ChatGPT or something, that's a product. That's not an AI model. The product itself uses an AI model behind the scenes. In some cases, you can configure which one you want to use. But these are different things. So the AI client adds some features, such as, for example, chat history, but it also imposes some limitations. And you can use this not only as a user, but also as a product developer. So writing code, putting prompts inside your code, and now you can make your product intelligent, right? Things like routing an invoice to the right department or creating some kind of a AI chat. It's another way of using Gen AI. Now, the biggest limitation in this technology is really the person, you, me, as users. Because it's a bit hard to get used to what is a good prompt? What are the ways you can use this technology? Because, like I said, this Einstein figure is like a genius, but has also limitations that you need to kind of learn to deal with. The second limitation is, of course, the model itself. There's a huge difference between the most recent models that you pay money for versus free models. It's kind of like you get what you pay for, generally speaking. Using a free version of a model, you might just get a smart teenager in your basement rather than Einstein. So keep that in mind. The difference between these is huge. So I find that most people vastly underestimate the power of AI because they're lacking one of these three things. You need a good model, but you also need a good product, which you use to access the model, and you need some skills. You need to understand what can be done. How do I write a good prompt? What are the limitations and capabilities of different models? But these three things are all important to actually get real-life use out of Gen AI. So, okay, how does it actually work? This is greatly simplified, but it's useful to understand at a high level what's going on. So, Gen AI is based on artificial neural networks, which is a very rough approximation of neurons inside our head. Neurons are connected with electronic signals, and they have different weights. So it's like a kind of a digital approximation of that. And numbers are sent in, numbers come out. It's like a kind of a transformer from one set of numbers to another set of numbers. But any kind of media can be encoded into digits, and digits can be decoded into media again, which means that you can put in text or images or whatever, and you can get whatever out of the model. Okay, so what is then a large language model? Well, it's basically an artificial neural network optimized for producing text. You send in a sequence of words, or technically it's called tokens, but it's essentially words, and out comes a prediction of what is the most likely word coming after this. So dogs are, let's say loyal or friendly would be some of the most common. And then you pass that back in again and you get the next word. So it's like this guess the next word machine in a sense. So yeah, you can just keep going like this, round and around, predicting the next word, right? And that's what's going on when you use like ChatGPT and you write something, tell me a very short story about flying puppies, and then blah, 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 you get all this. This is what's going on. It's this loop happening, right? And then maybe you add a second prompt, add a dark twist to it, and then it continues. So that's the internals of a large language model. But how is it trained then? How does it produce useful output and not just statistically likely output? Well, these aren't programmed. They're trained similar to how humans are trained when we're small. They are given a ton of text, mostly from the internet, and they are given the task to predict the next word. And when they're wrong, something called backpropagation is used to tweak the parameters inside the model. Similar to this baby, right? Who says cat, and mom says no, dog. And then the baby says, okay, dog. At that moment, something got rewired, and that's kind of what's going on with backpropagation. Then there's a second step called reinforcement learning with human feedback. That's when humans go in and give feedback on different answers. And this is really important because this is what makes models useful. They're more likely to be legal and useful than if they just dump out the most statistically likely word. So similar to click training of a dog, right? Good dog, you did the right thing. Bad dog, you told me how to rob a bank or something. Because, yeah, as an example, right? An AI model knows exactly how to rob a bank, but it won't tell you by default because of this training, unless you're very persistent. So there's a bunch of different types of models, and they have different characteristics. Some are really fast, some are slow. There's different capability levels, there's different costs. Some can be downloaded and run locally. And some are really easy to use. Anyone can use ChatGPT, but then there are other models that require some more setup. Some are specialized on specific use cases. Others are generalists. And some are integrated into products, while others are kind of sitting outside. So there's a lot of variation in terms of types of models. And also, like what types of media they work with. Audio, image, video, text. There's all kinds of interesting combinations of this. So most of us are used to text-to-text models. You type a prompt and you get a text output, right? But text can also be code. JSON, HTML, a table. You can use text to produce code, which in turn produces an Excel document. So text is very versatile. But it's not the only way. So audio to text. Right? The classic use case is transcribing a meeting, right? What did people say? Turn it into text. Or audio to audio could be used for a live translation from one language to another. Or just used for letting you talk to your AI using just voice. ChatGPT, for example, has a very, very incredibly powerful feature where you just press a button and you can now talk to it like you would talk to a human. Text to audio, example of that might be you're building a game and you want to create this sound of people talking in a busy restaurant maybe, for example. Or maybe the sound you want to create a jingle, a song or something. And yeah, it's extremely powerful. So text-to-image models, you've probably played with that. You write a text and you get some kind of a picture out. But then image-to-image models will let you convert or process images, or even combine, like in this case. Sorry about that creepy image, but that's what I got when I combined these two. Or turn image back into text, right? Processing an image and turning it into text. This could be useful if you're blind, right? Turn the image into text, turn the text into audio. Now you just point your phone and it's telling you what you're seeing. And this is today's technology. It's not the future. You can do that using just ChatGPT, which is quite powerful. So yeah, AI is not just text-to-text. Here's an example of text-to-video, which is the latest frontier, creating small video clips with prompts. And in the near future, I would say you'll be able to create full-length movies or even whole TV series using just a prompt. So the theme now is multimodal models, which basically means that you as a user don't need to care. The tool or the model will figure out what are you doing, what are you talking about. So here's a silly example, me and my son playing Microsoft Flight Simulator, right? The phone is over there to the left, and we're using it as a coach, saying, hey, can you explain what this thing means? This weird dial over here, or it's foggy, can you coach us? How are we going to land the plane? And now it starts talking to us and coaching us. So there's all kinds of interesting use cases just in the context of playing a flight simulator because of multimodality. My favorite use case is probably this one. Take AI for a walk, right? Take your phone out and just tell it like, hey, no matter what I say, just respond with the word okay. Because AI models are by default configured to always give you answers, but I just want to dump my thoughts. So I just say, oh, I'm planning a workshop, here's what I'm thinking, blah, 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 and it's just recording what I'm saying. And then after a while, I would say, maybe discuss a little bit, and then when I come home, I ask it to summarize. Just a really useful use case, using AI as a sounding board or as a problem-solving partner. Using a very simple prompting technique like just say okay. So yeah, Einstein doesn't need to be stuck in your basement. You can take him out into the fresh air and have a walk and talk to him. So here's another sample use case, which is quite impressive. In this case, using Claude, which is similar to ChatGPT. I drew a picture on a napkin, literally, and then I took a picture and said, build it. This was my whole prompt, build this. After about 12 seconds, I had a running application. And then I added another prompt, add deadlines, and I had to wait another 20 seconds maybe, and then I had this, deadlines on it. And next prompt was, could you separate it to 2 tabs, home and work? And then another 20 seconds or so, and I had that. And then I got a bit curious. I told, can you just make it angry, just to see what it would do? And it got really creative, and it made me an angry to-do list. Like, okay. What about a kid-themed version? And then, there's my kid-themed to-do list. So all this was within a few minutes. So you can really basically prototyping becomes free, which changes the whole dynamic of product development. Very interesting. So emergent capabilities, like when these models were created initially, they were just word predictors and not very useful. But as they grew, they started showing the ability to do things like teaching, coaching, poetry, strategy, role-playing, all these crazy things they started being able to do just because they got bigger. And that's kind of what started the whole thing, the whole revolution. And as an example, I just drew this picture and I asked, what's going to happen when I use the scissors? And interestingly enough, it managed to piece the whole thing together and predict what's going to happen just from a drawing like that, which kind of indicates that it has some level of understanding of physics and understanding of the world in order to interpret what's going to happen. So wider implications, what's actually going on now? It's really fascinating. This was just from a few days ago I found this data showing that this is a benchmark with really, really complicated questions that even a PhD with access to the internet struggles to solve. And what's showing that this is over time, how have models improved? And the top line is showing that about 81% success rate for a human PhD using the internet as help. And now, as you can see to the right, the latest models from OpenAI surpass that. So now we have AI models that are better at a human PhD in their own field, which is incredibly surprising. So we're in this weird new world where for 300,000 years, we, Homo sapiens, have been the smartest creature on this planet. And now we're seeing this curve where machines went from zero intelligence to comparable to humans is getting really close. Some things they're better than humans, some things are a little bit worse, but the trend is super clear that it's just flying up. So we're entering this world. We don't know exactly what the shape of it looks like, but it seems quite likely that we're not going to stay the smartest being on this planet for very long. What does that mean? We don't know. Everyone's speculating, but we don't know. In a sense, it's not new. We've had revolutions before. Fire, agriculture, steam power, telegraph, printing. All these are major revolutions that changed human society permanently. However, they were all slow, and that's the difference. Well, this one is fast. So again, we don't know. So I find that most people kind of end up on a mindset scale where they're either on this side of kind of denial and ignorance. I don't have time to look at this. AI can't do my job. That's a bit dangerous because AI might not take your job, but people and companies will if you're not onto this. And the other side of the scale is panic. When you start realizing, oh my God, this thing is going to do my job and I'm screwed, right? I try to coach people to go to the middle here. Think of it as a tool that gives you, that gives you insane productivity, essentially. It kind of gives you superpowers. If you think of it as a tool, then you'll be better equipped to kind of live in this world where AI is such a powerful tool. So as I mentioned, an important skill in this era is prompt engineering. And I won't go into detail, but just show some examples of what I mean by that. So it's the ability to guide an AI model and get the results you want, right? For example, here's a very simple prompt that usually won't give a very good result. Give me an agenda for a workshop. But if you add just a little bit of context, it'll give much more useful results. or even ask it to interview you, which is another interesting technique. So there's a ton of things you can do. You can add a task, a goal, background, context. I know you don't have time to read this, but don't worry, I'll share a QR code to my slides afterwards so you can see it. But what role you want it to take, what format do you want this to be in, what communication style maybe, and also working with examples. These are just some examples of prompt engineering techniques that really can make a huge difference. But okay, this is an interesting area. This is the area that I work within mostly from the past couple of years, and I'm fascinated by it. So autonomous AI agents. Everyone is talking about agents, but what is it in practice? Take an LLM, a large language model, give it tools such as access to internet, the ability to order pizza, or the ability to control a robot arm. You give it tools, and you give it some level of autonomy. Now you have LLMs that are so much more useful. So here's an example, taking a model, giving it access to a bug tracker, to GitHub for code storage, to Slack for communication, and let it work autonomously with bug fixing. So it's working on its own, but it's collaborating with the team. And that's a really important key point, that these are kind of working with humans. Here's a very simple example of an invisible agent. So there's a human support engineer or support technician who is asking second line help, who needs help to solve a problem from the engineers. And now we have an AI agent that just takes that ticket, digs up some data in the database, and appends information to the ticket. Technical information, root cause analysis, team assignment, suggested actions, that's just tagged on. So then it can be routed to the right team with the right information, and we can solve it faster. This is a very simple use case that you can do with today's technology. This is one we did a year ago with a Swedish on a Swedish TV documentary. We built a digital journalist, essentially an agent journalist to work with a human journalist. And they collaborate on a Trello board with cards. And basically, this AI agent will look for news every day, select the most relevant news, write a manuscript, select images, and record and publish a video, but with human input. So there's a human journalist at every step. They're collaborating using cards on a board. The human is approving things. The human is giving feedback. And yeah, human plus AI. That's really where the magic lies. So they need a shared goal. These two people, the human and the AI, need a shared goal. They need a shared workspace, in that example, a Trello board. But then the AI will have some specific tasks and responsibilities. So it's not unlike when two humans collaborate. So where would you put in agents? Well, if we make a scale, take any given task and put it on a scale from, like on an automatability scale, then on the left we have repetitive tasks with well-defined inputs and outputs. On the other side, we have tasks that require intelligence and creativity. Over here to the way left, that's where code lives, right? Traditionally speaking, if it's fully predictable and fixed inputs and outputs, you just write code and you automate it, right? We don't need AI there. Well, maybe we use AI to write the code, but not to execute the task. On the other end of the scale is humans, but over here is this huge area of work that previously could not be automated because it requires a little bit of intelligence and creativity, or it has fuzzy inputs and outputs, so it couldn't be automated. But now with generative AI, it's quite easy to automate a lot of these tasks. So this is where agents can make a huge difference, either working alone or working with a human. And what that essentially does is saves time for us humans to do the human stuff. And that's what makes me excited about this work. Kind of taking care of the boring, repetitive stuff so humans can do human stuff. So I'm going to wrap up a little bit. Where do we fit in, us humans? Are we needed? I think in general, for especially like highly skilled work, my observation is, I think so, yes, because AI agents work best with working with humans. And the human is needed for things like, deciding what to ask, what is the prompt, what is the job, providing some leadership and guidance, evaluating results, figuring out when should I watch for hallucinations, providing context, compensating for AI weaknesses, because they're not perfect. They have limitations. You need to work around them. And of course, compliance and responsibility, you can't outsource that to an AI model. So the human is still needed there in some way or another. So here's my guess for the future, just looking at where we are now. And since I work with agents, I'm seeing this happening already now. Teams of humans and AI agents working side by side. This is the future hitting us very quickly. It sounds weird now, but in the future, people are going to consider it to be normal. And AI will be a natural part of almost every role and process. In the beginning, the AIs will have a quite limited task, But as they prove themselves, as the models improve, and as our skills improve as users, the AIs will be given more and more responsibility, just like with a new intern or something. And people and companies who understand this, who use AI, they will essentially have superhuman productivity compared to those who don't. So it'll be a very strange world when the productivity level will be so radically different between different companies. And people who don't use AI assistants in their work will be comparable to not using the internet. Sure, you can get by, you can choose to not use the internet for anything, but your company will be very limited. As a person, you'll probably struggle to find a job because everyone is using the internet for everything. And I think it'll be kind of the same as Gen AI. This will be like table stakes for any kind of job. So yeah, that was just a high-level, executive summary of Gen AI. I hope this was useful. If you want the slides, there's a QR code there. If you want to learn more about the kind of stuff I'm working on, there's my book and my website. That's my shameless pitch. Thank you very much, everybody.
I'd like to thank Special Agent Enrique there. I haven't seen so many phones up taking pictures of slides. Save time for us humans to do the human stuff. It's AI, Gen AI in a nutshell, and really helpful stuff to set out how it really can be beneficial for us in the future. Now, another way, of course, that AI is already being very beneficial is in the realm of healthcare. So we're going to look at more detail now at AI innovations and the future of medicine and the truly transformative impact of artificial intelligence. From precision medicine to regenerative therapies, this upcoming panel is going to examine the groundbreaking work driving the next generation of health technologies. This is super interesting stuff and can really make the difference for all of our lives going forward. So I'm delighted to say we've got leading innovators on this panel, and guiding them through expertly, Isabel Kumar is back. So please welcome Isabel Kumar and her panel.
Welcome, everybody. Come up and join me. Come up and join me on stage while I'm doing an introduction, because we don't have much time, and we're going to just get into it. Because, as Susanna was saying, in the not-so-distant future, healthcare professionals will move beyond treating symptoms. And when we fall ill, they're not going to look at us in the way they do now, and this is what we're going to find out in just a few moments where this is all going, is that they're going to predict and prevent diseases before they even manifest themselves. They're going to reverse the onset of conditions and provide personalized treatments that are tailored to our genetic makeup. Now, this all sounds all very highfalutin, but we're going to find out actually what this is all about in just a second. And the good news is our later years for us older people here are going to be spent in good health. And we're going to be able to enjoy our old age. And the good thing for doctors is they are going to have their workloads minimized by AI and technology, which is going to make their lives a lot easier, and they are going to be able to work more efficiently and more proactively. The shift is happening now. I'm going to introduce you to everybody. You can see their names behind me anyway, so let's just get rid of that bit, have a read of their names, and let's find out what you're doing. So, Nabiha, you did a PhD in physics at Harvard. Then you began to work at the interface of different scientific topics. You invented a way to engineer cells with lasers, and then Nabiha basically decided, okay, I'm now going to become an entrepreneur and take this to scale. So you obviously were onto something, but explain to us why this is significant.
Thank you so much for the welcome. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the last session of the day, and we're going to have a blast. We're going to talk about AI and healthcare and how we live longer and healthier. So that's the theme. Delighted to be here. So my story, did a PhD in physics at Harvard. It's a magical place to be. Boston is incredibly scientific, incredibly entrepreneurial as well. And my journey as I invented the technology It's an optical bioprocess to engineer cells with high precision using lasers. And we also use imaging to automate the process of characterizing cells. The reason I got into the startup world is because my collaborators, there's some amazing biologists in Boston, George Church, David Scadden, Derek Rossi, and they said, you should do a startup. I didn't know what that was about. That's not very common in the physics program, but thankfully I met them, and it was life-changing to go on this journey. And this was about 8 years ago that I started the company. And we've had a tremendous last few years of autonomizing the tech stack so we can generate high-quality technology for you. So I did bring a prototype. And this is one of our Nebula cassettes. And it's essentially a clean room in my pocket. The idea is that instead of having really large clean rooms to manufacture high quality cells and tissues, that's how it's done today in the world. It costs about millions of dollars to do that. How do we make everything smaller? And being able to do that in a smaller clean room. And the secret to doing that is by using optics and lasers. So my journey's been tremendous, and the next decade I want to spend on getting our technology out to as many doctors and physicians around the world so they can cure their patients of diseases.
Amazing. Well, look, we're going to get into that, but that is tiny.
Yes. Here,
wow.
Do you want to hold it? There we go.
I don't want to drop it.
Wow. That's okay.
Got lots. That's incredible. There we go. So I'll give it back to you in case I do something bad. So look, Ahmed has been working at the interface, hello Ahmed, of kind of like medical science and AI for 20 years. I don't know how many people can say that. I suppose it sounds to me like quite a long time given what we're talking about. But you've been working on some milestone projects. Can you just pick two, or one or two, and just explain to us what you're doing?
Thank you, everyone. I think I've been very fortunate to work in this area. As I always say before, they call it AI. And this is where it really started. So I'm a computer scientist. And what I've been doing really in brief is leading and building AI teams either in academia or in the industry to build innovative AI technologies and translate it into impactful solutions. I don't think I'll have the time to go all of the project, but I'm going to pick just two in brief. And one of the early ones that I worked on and I've been fascinated with is using AI to build dynamic models of the brain at the time of birth. Because this allowed us to have an early detection of neurological impairments that these children go through when they get older in different stages of life. We all know that when there is a newborn is getting birth as a preterm, they could really go through all of these impairments that could affect their social life, education, and others. So this is one. The other one that I'm very proud of is also building these AI tools and commercialize it to help molecular pathologists to diagnose and detect cancer. And actually, we have been doing this for different types of cancers. It allowed the pathologists to go through this process of looking at these digital scans instead of spending hours in literally getting this in few seconds, but giving them more capabilities. They've been doing counting of cells with the naked eye. The system has been doing all of this for them, which has been really, really amazing. And I'm really happy that we commercialized this, and it's the first AI for molecular pathology in the market.
Absolutely incredible, and it is so transformative. Look, I'm going to go over to you, Ali Reza, now. Just give us a little bit of a vision, or a little bit of your vision as to where all these kind of key sciences are going and what you're involved in.
Sure. So first of all, good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here in Riyadh and
Can you hear Ali
in this
Reza?
part of the world. Can you hear me?
No. Can you do something about his microphone? Let's have another try.
So the control team, if you hear me, you have to...
It's
okay.
good.
It's good now.
You hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I need to thank the organizing team, the Tahaluf and also DeepFest team to invite us to be here, and it's a privilege to share a stage with you guys. And thank you, Isabel, to accept
My pleasure.
for accepting basically to moderate this session. So I think we are lucky that we'll live in an era that these advancements are happening. So AI that you hear probably a lot during this event and also the other advancements in at least in the medical field, in genomics, all omics fields, but specifically in genomics, can change many things for us. So if I want to basically summarize my vision for probably the next 10 years, is that I think that our medicine would be more precise, more cost-effective, and more equitable for everyone around the world. I had actually another talk earlier that I talked about this. Currently, almost half of the population of the world do not have access to any healthcare service, basically. This is shocking that 4.5 billion people on this planet do not have access to essential healthcare. So that's one thing. Even where we have access to very advanced medicine, our medicine is still not precise. We have come a long way. In my opinion, modern medicine is the most significant achievement of human being in history. We are saving lives. We are out of pandemic. If this pandemic had happened 200 years ago, we would have lost hundreds of millions of people, more than what we have now. But now, we basically saved a lot of people, then this is because of modern medicine. But this medicine is still not precise. In the US, imprecise medicine is the third cause of death. This is shocking. The cost is almost $1 trillion a year in the US. So our medicine will become more efficient, more cost-effective, more equitable. But also when we go to medical research, these technologies will significantly help us. So now we have genomics, we are able to generate a lot of data at the molecular level and at environmental level and at the personal level. We have wearable devices that now we are using, all of us, well, at least on your phone, you have something that is relevant, collecting information about what you're doing. This information is useful. It will be even more useful in the future because now we have access to a technology that can integrate all this information together and make sense of it, can identify patterns that will help basically to improve health. So that's the other thing, I think, that the medical research, because of very significant amount of data that we have. However, we need to remember that we need to have data from everywhere on this earth. I was telling the other audience that we are out of pandemic now. We learned that, and that pandemic taught us that people that you know, and even people whom you don't know, should be safe, that you are safe. We learned that. Our siblings, our parents, our neighbors, this is true when it comes to biological data as well. Because there are differences between different populations. We have to have information from all populations to be able to make sense of biology. So that's the other thing. We will have advancements in many therapeutics that will result in cure for the first time. For most of the diseases, we have been managing them. Cures will be available to many people. The other thing is that data-driven healthcare decision-making. This is super important, that even for countries, even for low and middle-income countries, the data will be much more available than before, and it will help the policymakers and the decision-makers to make decisions based on data, based on evidence. That will significantly change the world as well. And the other thing is that investment. We are seeing a change in the investment landscape as well in the world. Now, life science is the main area for investment. Even AI is focused for life science. Because at the end of the day, we need to make sure that we first live longer, and the second, we live healthier. So these two things can help. We need to make sure that we don't die because of stupid reasons. Cancer is a stupid reason to die from. Now we have technologies that we can predict cancer in people. We can identify people who are at risk of cancer, and we can do something for them. Either not to develop very late stage cancers, or if they do, then we can save them. We can save lives. So I'm very, very excited, and I think that all of us should be not only excited, but also thankful to live in an era that all these things are happening, all these things are becoming available for the first time. You have access to the most sophisticated AI algorithm on your phone without the need to an engineer, a bioinformatician, or anyone, and you're able to use it. Not only you, if you go to Africa, if you have access to internet, you have access to data, then you have access to this technology. So we should be first thankful, and the second, we should partner together to basically use this technology to improve. And when I talk, I always mention this. Equity is super important. We need to make sure that these technologies are being used in a way to enhance equity around the world.
Absolutely. And I just think one thing that I really like that you say, because when we talk about AI, that we've had a lot of talk about the risks. This is just one area, as you say, that we just feel so lucky, and we should feel so lucky to be involved in, and so lucky that people like you are involved in it. So, Nahid, because you were talking about the fact, again, that what you're doing now, the next step is taking this to scale. So how is AI and machine learning going to enable that? But also, more than anything, talk us through a little bit about what it's going to do. How transformative is this technology of engineering cells with lasers going to be?
Fantastic question. And AI changes everything. It's really interesting because, you mentioned, Ahmed, you were working on AI for a long time, and we had the same experience. We've been using deep learning models and neural nets since 2018, 2019, when it wasn't very sexy, and actually everybody was quite skeptical about the phrase AI. Now it's hot again. So it's been interesting to be a part of that movement where we've been AI native since 2018, and we did that. We made that choice because it was essential to scaling this optical bioprocess. Lasers are very precise. They can target individual cells. They can engineer those cells. But we've trained algorithms to look at cells and decipher what's going well and what's not going well. Sometimes your bioprocess isn't going well.
Is this done by hand now?
Yes, it is. It's done by really smart scientists who are using their eyes and their intellectual powers to make these decisions every single day during a bioprocess that can last up to 10 months. So I love that question, because now the way our scientists interact with Celino's tech stack is they sit at their computer and they log in maybe once a day, actually, just to see if things are going well. Because we have an AI pilot that runs the entire process through image-based algorithms that we have custom trained. Being able to train algorithms with the right data set is also very important. That's an important component of AI. And what's amazing is now one of these scientists in the past would work on maybe 10 stem cell lines a week. Now they can do hundreds. It is a game changer, and I think we're just getting started in terms of how much more capacity and volume we'll have for our experts to track many in parallel. The other thing that's really interesting, because we are becoming a global company and we will have global footprint, our Boston, Cambridge-based team can train algorithms and set up systems, but they don't physically have to be in every part of the world where we will be running manufacturing.
Talking to this issue of equity that Ali Reza was talking about.
That's exactly right.
So
that's really exciting because the algorithms run autonomously in the bioprocess running, and we will need some level of workforce on the ground to make sure the process is running, but not that deep expertise.
The analysis can take place somewhere else. Is that what you're saying?
So we have two approaches. We may be doing cloud-based or on-prem, depending on the application and depending on how secure we want the data to be. But regardless, it adds so much flexibility to go anywhere in the world. You won't need your top AI teams that are easier to build in places like San Francisco and Boston, but we can take the technology to the world. So it has been absolutely transformative, and there are more things that are happening. So in the self-driving car space, it's taken a while to hit autonomy. but it's led to also new inventions. So one thing that's very popular is simulations in self-driving cars. Instead of trying to collect all of your training data through real-world driving, which has been a challenge, there have been simulation worlds that have been created to try to generate that training data set. And we were inspired by that, and we've actually built our own simulation space. So it's very, very cool now because cell processes are being simulated, and then they're being tested at a much smaller scale in the lab, and then you can move directly to application. So we're closing that loop, and we're not the first ones to do that. This has happened in the semiconductor world, where NVIDIA is a fabless company. They're the most valuable company in the world. They don't do anything in the lab. They just sit at a computer and simulate things, and at some point, Jensen, as he likes to say, he presses a button, and they hit run at TSMC to make the chip. So I really do think, based on everything that's happening, and genomics is going to play a huge, huge role, and it's very important to our work, the future of human health is going to go through this same transformation. I did want to comment on capital availability. I do think it's very hard right now for biotech and health companies to raise capital because there has been a concern around scale. Yeah. And it's going to be interesting to see how capital enters the health space through AI, actually, which I'm very excited about.
Okay, so let's kind of get it back to away from capital, but to what we can do for people. Let's look at the diagnostics, Ahmed. So, doctors now and medical professionals will have a massive kind of help and alleviation of burdens, like you were saying, not having to kind of look at everything individually. So what impact is this having on diagnostics real time now? Because I think AI is actually really being applied already in kind of medical centers.
It's a huge, I think the impact AI is having now in healthcare, it goes beyond even diagnostics. If you think of AI now, as Nabia said, becoming more and more autonomous, that you can use it even for administrative tasks, filling forms, right? And even for clinicians, summarizing the reports for them. That's amazing.
Which must waste a lot of time.
Yes, and also with the intersection of the multimodals, now we can even get a radiology report written in a few seconds for the radiologist, right? We have been talking in the past about, is AI replacing radiologists? And we've seen this question like 20 years ago, maybe, or 15 years ago. Now we're saying that doctors who don't use AI will be replaced by doctors who use AI, right? For diagnostics, we have been getting algorithms to tell us things that we don't see with the naked eye, especially with images. There's lots of biomarkers and hidden features we see in these images. Either these are MRIs or pathology images, and this has been huge. Commenting again on the intersection of what others have said, and Nabia as well, the personalized medicine. Now we can get genetics tests being done cheaper and cheaper comparing to 10 years ago. We're having access to images, we have access to medical records. I think this is probably the time in history that we have access to data that we didn't have in any time in history.
But it's still a
before.
challenge, though.
It's very challenging. Coming to that, I think recent statistics says that from all the healthcare data in the world, only 20% is accessible. And this is a huge concern, right? Because we need to come up with ways and understand even why this data is not accessible. Second, are there ways? We've been chatting together, and Nabia mentioned now simulations. There have been ways where we can use AI and models that could mimic this data, preparing a copy that you could share easily with no constraint and no patient data that you're afraid of. This is the similars of...
And that would be a multiplier in terms of kind of data availability.
Yes, definitely. And this is one of the things, but we have also to take into consideration the associated risks. In any data we access, there will always be low quality data, imbalance in the data we have, right? And this is all things we need to put in consideration, because this is not also trivial problems that we deal with. And I think AI also can help with that. But there's also like so in addition to the bias, are you gathering this data from diverse group, or you are collecting this data that could benefit a specific group, and then when you apply it on other cohorts, the models were not as work as it's supposed to be. So there's huge things. And then if you think about you're building this and you want to take it further to impactful solution, right? There's the regulatory bodies that you have to get through, and this is not easy and takes long time. So we need to take into consideration that from building these and take it to a product or a solution that could really improve the patient outcome, currently it takes so long. And again, if you even think of it for drug discovery, it could take us now 10 to 15 years to go through a clinical trial. But now with AI, it could help even like find the right molecules and design a drug that actually could make this period really, really shorten. And you could even benefit specific groups like rare diseases, for example. And this is where AI could help us design these drugs for these specific groups, not in years, but in months.
It's one of the most exciting spaces ever. But, you know, when you talk about some of the roadblocks, Ali Reza, collaboration, I imagine, can only be just essential to get through some of these issues that Ahmed's talking about, collaborating across multi-stakeholders with government, life science groups, different partnerships. How are you involved in that, and how is that helping break down barriers?
Yeah. So the pace of like advancements has been so fast that we need the importance of partnership is becoming even more important than before. Academia, government, industry, all of them need to work together basically, because these are very strategic fields. They need a lot of resources if you want to implement them at basically very large scale level, at the national level. And also you need basically to bring others with you to this ecosystem as well. It's not possible just to invest to build infrastructure, buy machines, and then the leaders know what's going on. You need people on the ground who work with this. So it's super important that all of us should know that AI is not a tool anymore. It's an approach. If you look at it as a tool, it cannot be as powerful and as impactful as you use it as an approach. As an approach, you need everyone to be able to use it. If you are a physician, you need to know how to use large language models or generative AI to improve your practice of medicine. This is happening. This is not future medicine. This is current medicine. This is happening now, and we need to use them. But when it comes to partnership, we need to remember that partnership must not only happen in countries with a lot of resources. We need partnership everywhere around the world. I mentioned that we need biological information from everywhere and from everyone. My vision is that in 10 years, data, even at the personal level, will be the most valuable thing that you can share and you can sell. We are dealing with an algorithm, we are dealing with an approach that is data hungry. The hunger for data is significant when it comes to AI. You need data for everything. The data should be quality. Yes, quality data is important. It should be massive. It should be about everything. It should be comprehensive. Now we have algorithms that even to use unstructured data. This is super exciting, but again, when it comes to this kind of things, I want to make sure that in many parts of the world, there is no data to share. It's not that they are not accessible. Yeah. They don't have the resources to even generate data. If you go to low-income countries, those countries do not have any data. I had discussions with like some industry leaders, and they were saying that, we want to take GPUs to sovereign AI systems in different countries. In many countries around the world, you don't have the resources and infrastructure to use GPU. We need to make sure that AI does not remain as a tool or approach in resourceful countries. If we do that, then it can come and improve a lot of things for health, not only for health, for other things in life as well. Next generation will definitely be a luckier generation because of these advancements.
Okay, so next generation will be a luckier generation. We've got 2 minutes left. I actually just want you to look at this year. Okay, so we are the lucky ones, as you say, when it comes to kind of advancements in medical science. What do you think, or do you think there will be any major breakthroughs this year? Do you have any predictions when it comes to what's going to happen in the next 11 months? Ali Reza.
In the next 11 months?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a difficult question. I can tell you in 5 years.
Okay, 5 years.
In 5 years, the healthcare, as we know right now, will be totally changed. It can happen in 5 years or even earlier. The pace of changes is so fast that we need to adapt. So, in my opinion, the most exciting thing that I'm very excited about is that AI and these advancements will help people in under-resourced countries to at least have access to very basic services. Either you mentioned like using AI as radiologists for pathology or MRI. Well, if you don't have a radiologist in a low-income country, you can have a computer there, and a radiologist in a developed country.
I'm going to go, I get it, but I'm going to have to...
In a middle-income or high-income countries can come and contribute to this. We need to make sure that everyone has access to these advancements.
Okay, so 5 years and we will all be benefiting it, but we have to make sure that this is equitable. Ahmed?
I think I don't think we can really predict what AI is doing because every day it surprises us. But one hope I wish that could solve many of these problems is the ownership of the data belongs to the individuals and not to the organizations. I think we need really to rethink about this.
Okay, and that's something to keep in mind for 2025. Nobody's answering my question, you may have noticed. So, Nahib, I'm just going to let you say, what would you like to conclude with?
Yes, in 2025, we're going to see regulators all around the world get ready for this AI transformation. And I know this will happen because the US FDA, they've done a phenomenal job in the past 18 months to get ready. So our interactions with them have felt so exciting and thrilling because on the other side of the team, they have neural net experts, they have database experts, and they're asking us the right questions to scale these technologies. So I think the rest of the world will catch up in the next 12 months.
Thank you very much. So we are about to step into a new era where I think illness could well become something of the past and that we can enjoy long and healthy lives. And that is something to look forward to. Thank you very much for your expertise and your knowledge. And half an hour was just too short. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Isabel.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What a fantastic panel. And I just really want to sum up the day with Isabel. She's been on many of the panel discussions this afternoon, and it's been absolutely fascinating. I think what I took from that is the sheer gaps in data that we still have, which can mean that countries will simply be left behind. And that's been an ongoing theme as well throughout today, hasn't it?
It has, absolutely, not least obviously in the panel we've just been hearing about today and speaking about today. And I think Alireza really tried to drive that point home as much as possible, that we need data from every country, particularly those low-income countries, because without that, you're not going to be able to basically make this an equitable transformation.
Yeah, and Nabi has also talked about the fact that there is this cross-pollination between industries, the learning that the medical professions have had from the simulations in self-drive cars, and that kind of cross-pollination is also going to be key, isn't it, going forward?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, look, we could just go back to actually the first discussion I had this morning with Mark Raybert from Boston Dynamics. If you see what he is doing now, it just began as a simple journey with robots just for fun. And now how that has moved on into really new realms that is going to actually transform every aspect of our lives, when we might actually all have a humanoid robot in our home, helping us, answering us questions, and just enabling us to just be much more effective in our daily lives. So that is just quite incredible.
Those robotic dogs are something to behold, and if you haven't been over to the other hall to see them, I would really encourage you to do so and see robotics in action and see why they're being deployed in police forces right across a number of US states. So really fascinating stuff. It is the end of the day. We could be here standing on stage talking about all of the developments. There's not enough time for you to go and network, but please do come back tomorrow We've got so much more to talk about. I'm particularly interested in the use of avatars in the e-commerce industry. Fancy your own Isabel bot?
Oh, I'd love one, actually. I'd like one that could actually just kind of come here and just be, it's a bit cold up here, so I'd like kind of some sort of avatar that could just be warm for me, and I can just sit over there under a hot blanket with a cup of tea.
All these dreams, will they become a reality? Well, the discussion will continue tomorrow, so thank you very much for being with us on this journey of discovery and exploration. And I'll see you back here at 1 o'clock tomorrow.
And I think a big hand of applause for Susanna, who's just been here all day and just basically guiding us through so expertly.
Thank you to you too, Isabel, and thank you to all of you.
Have a great evening, everybody. See you tomorrow.
Bye-bye.